instant rank 1 airtime.
But hey, if Doc John decides to swing first from minus zero point 0.5 and bricks it, they could speedrun their way into teaching everyone why just one more trade is famous last words.
I'm watching Anil like a hawk. Minus 1.3, flat. Perfectly positioned for that first snap decision where they either clip a neat green or punch a fresh hole in the hull.
Day 4 of 11, 370 minutes to play, 7 traders loaded with small baggage from earlier sessions. This silent stretch is the inhale before someone rewrites the standings with a single bold move. 24 minutes into this window, and the board still shows 8 names frozen in time. No fresh trades, just yesterday's scars and small edges setting the emotional backdrop for day 4.
Front of the pack right now is technically Roshan Palan at plus zero point 0.5. A lead so tiny it feels more like finding loose change under the couch than running a tournament.
But make no mistake, even that tiny buffer matters. Roshan Palan is the only one starting above water, and one solid push could turn that quiet edge into the first real surge of day 4.
Just behind, hovering in a small shadow, is Doc John at minus zero point 0.5. Close enough that a single disciplined trade could erase that mark and flip the narrative instantly. Then you've got the trio of light red starts, Shebin T. Shaji and Rahul Davis, both marked at -1, carrying just enough deficit to feel urgent without being doomed. Right next to him on that narrow ledge is Saikiran Shet at -1.25. One or two well-timed scalps, and that red ink can disappear like it was never there.
What's wild is that despite all these tiny leads and tiny dents, not a single new trade has hit the tape. Everybody's strapped in, fingers over the hotkeys, but no one has pulled the trigger yet.
28 minutes after the open on day 4, the strangest sight in trading esports, an active session clock, a full tournament field, and a live dashboard with not a single trader actually firing a shot. Yet.
Front and center, we've got Roshan Palan, carrying a chunky minus 220 into the window and doing absolutely nothing about it. Flat, frozen, like he rage quit yesterday and left the drawdown as a screensaver.
Remember, a single explosive play over 500 on the day is a certified highlight. Whoever lands that first big green punch is getting full arena treatment and maybe a rocket up the overall standings. And if it's Roshan who swings first, turning that minus 220 into a charging comeback, we're talking about a storyline flip from damage control to full blown redemption tour in a single push.
We've still got more than 6 hours on the clock, and with 0 trades on the tape, every future click carries outsized weight. The early movers can stack rank jumps long before the late entrants even log in.
What blows my mind is Roshan's micro scratch sitting at plus 0.5, locked in, untouched, like they tagged the tiniest green ever and then slammed the emergency brake on all risk.
But here's the thing, Roshan has already tasted both sides of the sword, a tiny green flicker and a heavy red anchor. The moment they flip that wrist switch, this leaderboard can swing like a stadium spotlight.
Minus 0.5 and flat is the definition of emotional stopout. Took one nibble, didn't like the taste. Now staring at the screen like the candles owe him an apology.
For Rahul, -1 is basically ignition fuel. One sharp entry, one quick pop, and that tiny red smear can flip into green momentum before the rest of the field even shows up on the grid.
Meanwhile, Shebin is treating that -1 like a family heirloom. No fresh trades, no attempts at repair, just holding the L like it's part of the long-term portfolio.
Look lower, and the red deepens. Anil Sonune at -1.3. Saikiran Shet at -1.25. Both frozen. Both one decisive move away from either erasing the past or doubling the ache.
Anil sitting on -1.3 with no shots taken today is peak. I'll fix it tomorrow energy. Spoiler alert, the tournament clock doesn't care about your schedule.
At the bottom of this quiet ladder, Karthika Suresh carries -1.5 into the day. Modest damage, yes, but with 0 trades logged, every future decision will land like a verdict on that starting wound.
With 6 hours still on the clock and the trade feed completely dry, the tension is insane. Whoever breaks this silence first is instantly under the microscope for win rate, size, and pure nerve.
So lock in on that dashboard. When someone finally blasts through a size, cracks that plus 300 symbol mark. Or, yeah, even detonates a minus 500. We're calling it like a last second championship play.
"34 minutes into the session on day 4, and the strangest sight on this dashboard is the silence. Scores loaded in the red from prior days, but not a single fresh trade has broken the surface yet.
Front and center is Roshan Palan, lugging that heavyweight minus 220 into the arena. No new trades yet, but you can feel it. One solid push, and this guy could start slicing that deficit like a comeback highlight reel.
Roshan sitting at minus 220 and perfectly flat is hilarious. That's not a drawdown, that's a permanent roommate. At some point, you either evict it or admit you live there now.
Right behind, you've got Doc John at minus zero point 0.5, absolutely motionless. One tiny green nibble could flip that to positive and instantly turn him into the early redemption arc of this window.
For Rahul Davis, -1 is nothing. It's a speed bump. You blink, he slams a single solid trade, and suddenly that dashboard shows a green turnaround and a brand new storyline for day 4.
Kiran Shet sitting at minus 1.25 is in that danger zone where you think, one big trade will fix it, which is exactly how you audition for that minus 500 disaster reel.
And watch Karthika Suresh opening this stretch at minus 1.5. No fresh trades yet, but the deeper the starting scar, the more dramatic that first green candle will feel when it finally lands.
What makes this so edgy is that everyone's flat. No entries, no exits, just a lineup of red starting scores staring at the clock. The instant someone breaks that standoff, the whole leaderboard is going to jolt like a circuit just closed.
For Roshan, though, minus 220 isn't a scratch, it's a statement. At that size, doing nothing today might be the riskiest move of all, because you're just letting yesterday's mistakes squat on your ranking.
Day 4 of 11 is that pivotal middle chapter. Too late to pretend the earlier drawdowns didn't happen, but early enough that one strong session can rewrite a trader's entire trajectory toward the final rankings.
So keep your eyes glued to that empty rank column. Any moment, one of these red start traders is going to punch through with the first trade of the afternoon. And when that P&L line finally twitches, we're treating it like a last second shot at the buzzer.
38 minutes into the session on day 4, the strangest thing on this board isn't the silence. It's that the first real impact comes not as a win, but as a brutal hit to one lonely name.
Here we go. First real swing of the tournament window, and it's all eyes on Doc John getting slammed for a 359 drawdown in one shot on TSLA.
Look at this. One single trade, 400 shares, and Dog John just airdropped from 561 down to 202 on TSLA, like a falling elevator with no brakes.
That's not a trade, that's a sponsored lesson. 400 shares of TSLA to donate 359. And just like that, Doc John is starring in the first risk management commercial of the day.
And notice the profile. One trade, full clip size, deep red instantly. This is the archetype of the heavy hitter who either digs out majestically later or keeps tunneling.
But make no mistake, being the first name on the board, even in the red, puts a spotlight on Doc John. If he rips a comeback later, this early wound becomes the opening chapter of a highlight reel.
Roshan's equity curve looks like a heart monitor on sleep mode. 220, 215, minus 220, all ancient history. And today he's contributing exactly 0 to the drama.
What's wild is Roshan's got a history of swinging between solid green and solid red. But right now, he's locked to flat. No trades, no shares, like his hotkeys are taped over.
It's like a support group for minor losses. -1, -1.3, -1.5. Everybody quietly agreeing that today might not be the day to test the margin limits.
Meanwhile, that TSLA hit has branded Doc John as the early high-risk operator. One trade, heavy size, and now every future click he takes is going to swing that P&L column like a wrecking ball.
If your first move of the window is to burn 359, you're either incredibly confident or allergic to stop-loss buttons. Either way, the leaderboard thanks you for the entertainment.
We still haven't seen that first 1,000-share surge either. Volume's quiet, tape is thin, and that makes Doc John's 400-share Tesla dive look even more reckless in this calm sea.
"42 minutes after the bell on day 4, the strangest stat on the board isn't price action. It's that our tournament ladder still shows 0 active traders, just ghosts of past P&L floating in the margins.
We've got a full arena of data feeds. The timer is bleeding down, and yet the active roster number is stuck at 0. This is like watching a loaded order book with nobody daring to hit the button.
But if you scroll the event tape, one name keeps flickering through the history. Doc John, already carved into this session with violent swings between red and green on just a handful of moves.
Look at that trail. One clean winner for plus 616, one brutal hit for minus 359, and somehow Doc John clawed his way back to plus 257 on the day. That's a highlight reel in just 2 swings.
Notice the size choices too. 400 shares on the red trades, 200 on the green. Doc John is literally double-sizing the pain compared to the profit when the tape turns against him.
But you got to give credit. The big winner blast 616 in one shot. That's way past our 300 symbol threshold. That's a full-on scoreboard dunk for a single decision.
The flip side is that minus 359 hit doesn't quite qualify as a catastrophic loss by threshold, but psychologically, taking more than half your big win off the table in one punch, that stings.
And behind those clones of PNL, there's a story. Up to 616, slam back down, clawing back to 257. If that doesn't scream emotional swings, I don't know what does.
Roshan is basically the human flatline. No new trades, just carrying old numbers like emotional luggage. It's less a P&L curve and more a museum exhibit of previous sessions.
And if Roshan ever flips that switch today, a single well-timed push over the plus 300 mark on one play would instantly turn that quiet green into a statement line on the leaderboard.
Karthika Suresh opens this window at minus 1.5. Flat. Small on paper, but every future click will either chip away at that scratch or turn it into a meaningful gash in the overall standings.
Same story with Anil
We're
Sonini
42
at minus
minutes into a
1.3.
6.5
Tiny
hour
red,
window.
empty trade log.
Big win
The second
alerts
he jumps
tuned at
in,
plus
every tick will
500.
feel like it's
Big
deciding
loss
whether today is
sirens
recovery mode
ready at
or free fall.
minus 500.
When the
And
first trader
somehow,
finally
the
charges
live
onto this
field
empty
counter
ladder
still
and drops a
reads
real
0,
P&L number,
like a stadium
green
with the
or
lights
red,
on and
we are
no
treating it like a
players on the
last
turf.
second goal. The entire narrative of day 4 is just waiting for that opening strike.
"46 minutes into the session, and the ladder still shows 0 active names, but the event feed is screaming. Someone out there is quietly stress testing this arena before they step onto the visible board."
And there he is in the shadows. Doc John hammering away while the public ladder still says 0 traders, like he's running a secret scrim before the real match even starts.
Doc John's P&L is whipping around from 600 green to barely 200 left. This is not warm-up trading. This is full contact practice with real bruises.
He keeps snapping back to that 250 area like it's home base. Up, down, reset. This is a trader testing where his edge actually starts and where pure ego begins.
Yeah, except every heartbeat costs 400 shares on the wrong side or 200 on the right. This isn't cardio. It's voluntary stress testing for your account balance.
But you gotta respect the guts. Doc John takes a 300 plus slap, shrugs it off, and fires right back into another setup like he's chasing the opening highlight play of the day.
Roshan's sitting there with no trades, no volume, just a tiny cushion. This isn't a tournament run. It's a savings account with commitment issues.
But that small green or small red starting line matters. Roshan's next decision decides whether he becomes the steady climber or the guy who free falls from 0 into the tournament basement.
And all of it is coming through in chunky blocks. 400 share red swings, 200 share green recoveries. He's throwing size like he already owns the top of the leaderboard, even if the ladder doesn't show him yet.
Remember the thresholds. 500 counts as a signature win or a brutal hit. 300 on one symbol is dominance. Right now, our unseen traders are dancing just under those lines, probing where today's ceiling and floor might be. Day 4 of 11 is where narratives harden. These early invisible swings decide who will play the long game and who burns out chasing a single oversized candle that never quite qualifies as a true big win.
He's basically speedrunning the art of being irrelevant. Hovering inches above and below zero with no trades recorded is like bragging about ghost gains on paper.
But if Roshan ever decides to flip the switch and stack real trades on top of that tiny cushion, one clean push could rocket him into visible contention in a single burst.
And Doc John is clearly in impulse mode. Every sequence is one trade, big size, heavy swing. There's no nibbling here. It's all in stabs for 300 plus in either direction.
Make no mistake, when those near plus 600 spikes finally push over the 500 major win line in a single shot, we're calling it like a championship drive, straight to the top lane of the board.
Somebody's going to open their dashboard later, see a full page of trades and realize they speedran an entire emotional roller coaster without even earning an official rank line yet.
For now, the story is written in backstage numbers. 27 events, quiet ranks, and a tournament window wide open for whoever decides to stop testing and start performing.
Stay glued to that dashboard. When the first trader finally registers, they're not walking in cold. They're walking in mid sprint with battle logs already burned into the tape.
50 minutes into the window, and the strangest thing on this board isn't the price action. It's that the tournament ladder is still empty while the event feed quietly fills with TSLA, SQQQ, and MSFT trades in the shadows.
We've got ghost ranks, but real risk. Doc John is already firing size under the hood. TSLA and MSFT lighting up the tape, while the official standings still pretend nothing is happening.
And from off the visible leaderboard, here comes a blast. Roshan Palan smashing a 305 win on SQQQ with 6,200 shares. That's a full freight train of leverage ripping through the tape.
Roshan opens the day at plus 305 and then just parks it. Flat after that SQQQ slam like they just hit their daily goal and went out for coffee, while everyone else is still stretching.
That SQQQ opener is a statement. Roshan stepping into inverse leverage early, banking a solid mid-tier win and quietly claiming the role of lurking threat, while the official ranks still show zero names.
Of course, it took a brutal minus 359 on TSLA first. So congratulations. That MSFT hero trade was basically just paying off the early morning parking ticket.
400 shares of TSLA, 200 of MSFT. Doc John is literally toggling between flamethrower and sniper rifle, and the PNL graph is just bouncing like a heartbeat monitor.
And despite the TSLA hit, ending the sequence at plus 257 is clutch. Doc John walks away from the first exchange with a net win, when this easily could have been a full-blown meltdown.
Roshan's approach is almost the opposite. One heavy strike on SQQQ, lock in 305, then sit perfectly flat. It's conservative on trade count, aggressive on position size, and it's working. So far.
Two traders quietly trading like it's playoffs, while the scoreboard pretends it's preseason. This is the stealth mode version of greed and fear, just without the public shaming. Yet.
You can almost feel Doc John hovering over the hotkeys. Tesla already beat once. Misfit already paid once. And every flicker in those names is screaming, come back for round two.
Meanwhile, Roshan's plus 305 from just a single SQQQ strike is pure efficiency. One clean connection, solid green, no extra drama on the tape at all.
And because the big win and big loss thresholds sit all the way up at plus or minus 500, every trader here knows they're just one oversized click away from turning this quiet start into headline chaos.
But give credit where it's due. Clawing back from that TSLA hit and parking the combined line at plus 257 is clutch resilience from Doc John. That's how you stay in a tournament fight.
Roshan, on the other hand, hits that SQQQ trade, takes the 305, and apparently decides not to take. No revenge entries, no tilt, just adult supervision in a world of hotkeys.
That means the very first trader to step onto the public leaderboard is going to land right on top of this simmering action, instantly dropped into a field where SQQQ, TSLA, and MSFT have already drawn blood.
Remember too, the symbol P&L threshold at 300 means these TSLA and SQQQ moves are already brushing up against pay attention territory. This isn't practice mode. This is real bruise material.
And the beauty of it, one future trade over that 500 mark on any of these names instantly upgrades from nice play to tournament highlight. The kind of swing that can catapult the trader 10 spots in a heartbeat.
For now, the tournament board may list 0 active traders, but the story is already unfolding. Roshan with that surgical SQQQ strike, Doc John riding the TSLA and MSFT roller coaster, and all it takes is one more surge to drag their names into the spotlight. What makes that 400-plus pop from Roshan so important is the timing. Early in the window, under the big win threshold, but strong enough to plant a flag and force everyone else to chase.
Minus 359 on TSLA, plus 616 on MSFT. Doc John basically rage quit one symbol and begged another one to forgive their sins, and somehow it worked.
And look at the recovery arc. Doc John's P&L swings from deep red to that plus 257 finish like a last-second drive. Misfoot carrying the ball all the way down the field.
Meanwhile, Roshan is over there hammering SQQQ again and again, stacking 300 plus pops like it's a vending machine. 6,200 shares a clip. Rinse, repeat, print.
Another SQQQ win. Another 305 added. At this point, Roshan isn't trading. They're just speedrunning the symbol P&L threshold like it's a side quest.
Stack it up. Roshan's got SQQQ firing like a highlight reel. Multiple $300 chunks, huge share size, and that total P&L climbing toward the early session crown.
3 different Tesla trades, 359 down each time. At that point, it's not a setup, it's a tradition. And the only thing changing is how loudly your P&L graph cries.
And that's what makes Doc John so electric right now. Despite Tesla trying to sack them on every play, Misfit turns them into a comeback story and keeps that P&L glowing green.
Notice how Roshan pauses after those SQQQ bursts, flat while sitting on gains, holding 400 plus, then 300 plus, as if daring the rest of the field to catch up before firing again.
That's veteran energy from Roshan. Hit SQQQ hard, lock the gains, sit flat at 415, then 305, and let the leaderboard glow green while everyone else scrambles for an answer.
Doc John's strategy today is simple. Let TSLA punch them in the face, then ask MSFT to drive them to the hospital and pay the bill. So far, the insurance claim is barely positive.
And that clash is what turns a quiet day 4 ladder into a full-on arena. SQQQ drives, TSLA sacks, MSFT Hail Mary passes. Every symbol turning into its own mini game on the dashboard. This is the part of the tournament where one extra trade flips a storyline. Roshan can slam the door with another SQQQ heater, or Doc John can steal the spotlight with the perfectly timed misfit bomb.
And somewhere in that decision tree, Doc John is probably eyeing Tesla for just one more try. Because nothing says growth like repeating the exact loss 3 times and expecting a hug.
We've got SQQQ breaking out as the early star, TSLA playing villain, MSFT dropping rescue ropes, and only 2 traders on the board, turning this into a full-blown highlight show already. Here we go. Roshan Palan just detonates onto the board with a monster green surge on SQQQ, flipping from red into a towering positive, like he hit a turbo button on that short side ETF. And he's not done. Roshan reloads SQQQ again, slams another huge block through, and his P&L keeps stacking like first downs on a no-huddle drive.
Roshan's idea of a warm-up is tossing around 10,000 share SQQQ tickets. Risk managers everywhere just felt a disturbance in the force.
Every fresh SQQQ hit from Roshan is another chunk of green, another step up the imaginary podium. He's turning one ticker into his personal highlight reel.
As his SQQQ profits climb past the 300 mark and beyond, he's not just winning trades, he's establishing that one symbol can define your whole tournament day.
Again, this time with over 9,000 shares, and his P&L erupts into the 400s like a crowd-pleasing breakaway slam.
He keeps rotating size on SQQQ like it's a video game currency. 8,000, 9,000, 11,000 shares. Who needs diversification when one ticker prints?
Right now, if you look at that dashboard, Roshan isn't just leading. He's setting the tone for the entire field with a brutal, efficient green wall at the top. Doc John starts firing on Misfit, catching a clean long or slick scout. Either way, the P&L flips hard into the green, and he carves out a solid win on the big tech titan.
Doc John keeps coming back to MSFT with 200 share clips, stacking win on win. It's like he's speed tapping the same button that keeps paying out.
MSFT clearly loves him, green every time. And yet somehow his total sits barely above water. You just know there's another symbol out there wrecking the party.
And there it is. TSLA enters the chat and smacks Doc John with a heavy red candle, turning the confident green session into a gut punch drawdown in one swing.
Doc John. Prince on MSFT torches it on TSLA. It's like he built a perfect hedge between good decisions and bad ones, just to end up stuck in the middle.
We've got a full-on tug of war in Doc John's stats. MSFT yanking him up, TSLA yanking him down, and his total P&L just wobbling like a candle with no trend.
Still, you have to give him credit. Those misfit wins are clutch, and fighting for extra yardage after contact. This is classic tournament drama. One trader cruising with clean green momentum, the other clinging on through violent swings. Every next trade could flip today's storyline on its head.
"62 minutes into day 4, and the silence finally breaks. After an hour of watching an empty ladder, the first real push of this tournament window is erupting on the board.
And there it is, Doc John slamming the door open with back-to-back trades. one on MSFT, and one on TSLA, instantly dragging this leaderboard from hibernation into a live firefight.
Doc John drops a 200 share blast on Misfit and cashes in a massive plus 616 move. Right out of the gate, that's a near big win size punch, landing square on the green side of the board.
That MSFT hit doesn't just print green. It drags Doc John from a bruising minus 359 past the zero line and straight into positive territory at plus 257, a full character flip in a single trade.
But make no mistake, Mift is carrying the banner here. Every time he taps that 200 share clip, plus 616 lights up again, like a repeat highlight reel drive straight down the middle of the field.
He keeps bouncing from minus 359 to plus 257 and back again. Every click on those two names swings him hundreds of bucks. That's not trading. That's riding a mechanical bull with hotkeys.
And yet, look where he stands. After all that chaos, Doc John is parked at plus 257 on the live board, the first real contender of day 4, planting his flag while everyone else is still waking up.
Unless, of course, he decides that plus 257 is just a launch pad for one more oversized TSLA gamble, in which case, congratulations, you've just seen a live tutorial on how to donate profits back to the spread.
The question now is simple. Does he lean into the strength of MSFT or keep wrestling Tesla in the mud, risking another minus 359 swing that could erase this early advantage in a heartbeat?
Roshan sitting there flat at plus 350 with no trades showing is hilarious. You know he walked in with work already done, like the kid who finished the homework yesterday and is just watching everyone else sweat.
And when he finally pulls the trigger, he doesn't tiptoe. Roshan fires a monster 11,200 share shot on SQQQ and rips a plus 355 move, turning that cautious start into a full-on statement.
That single SQQQ push vaults Roshan from a small drawdown at minus 65 to a confident plus 290, instantly rewriting his arc from cleanup mission to legit threat for the upper ranks.
He reloads with 9,200 shares on SQQQ, slaps another plus 415 on top, and suddenly Roshan is cruising at plus 370. These are tournament swing numbers, and he's firing them like routine scalps.
And somewhere out there is a trader staring at SQQQ thinking, I bought 50 shares and got stopped out, while Roshan is out here swinging 5-digit blocks like he's testing the exchange's margin alerts.
Look at the contrast. No traders on the board and RN, and then suddenly we've got 100-point swings, 5-digit share bursts, and 2 completely different playstyles punching holes in this quiet session.
But that minus 500 trapdoor is sitting right next to it. One oversized misstep on TSLA or SQQQ, and somebody's highlight reel turns into a risk management cautionary tale before lunch.
We've already seen symbol level fireworks, Misfit ripping past that plus 300 impact line, SQQQ detonating volume thresholds, Tesla swinging heavy red. This is exactly the kind of chaos that builds legends on the ladder.
Or they could both overcook one more trade and spend the afternoon explaining to chat how the setup was perfect, while the P&L graph looks like a ski slope. This format doesn't care about excuses, only numbers.
66 minutes into day 4, and the silence finally cracks. Our first real gladiator steps onto the ladder, and the name lighting up the board is Doc John. He walked in with a tiny scar at minus 0.5, and in a single sweep, he's rewritten his fate into plus 257. This is the moment the tournament wakes up.
That's a classic. Up 616 on MSFT, then takes a full minus 359 punch on TSLA, and ends back at plus 257 like he just paid a tuition bill to the options gods.
What's striking is the symmetry. Every surge on MSFT for plus 616 is answered by an almost ritual minus 359 on Tesla. Like Doc John is trying to balance courage with punishment in real time. From a narrative lens, is the lifeline and is the villain. Every green burst pulls Doc John higher. Every red hit tries to drag him back toward that minus 500 danger zone he's narrowly avoiding.
You can feel the tug of war. Plus 616, minus 359, plus 616, minus 359. Keeps clawing chunks out of the cushion that builds.
Meanwhile, Roshan Palan just sits there perfectly flat at plus 220, plus 225, plus 210, plus 215. He's changing PNL by time travel, not trading.
But you know the script. One aggressive push while he's sitting on that plus 220 base. And Roshan can either catapult past the pack or blast himself straight toward that minus 500 hazard marker in a single rush.
We're deep into the New York session, 66 minutes after the open, 324 minutes left before the bell, and only one true brawler has stepped onto the stage. Notice the thresholds on this scoreboard. A plus 500 move is a certified big win. A minus 500 is a full-blown disaster, and both are already printing swings in that neighborhood per trade.
So yeah, these aren't paper cuts. Every hit of plus 616 on MSFT is flirting with the big win line. Every minus 359 on TSLA is a half-size disaster coupon getting punched.
Day 4 of 11, 324 minutes to closing bell, and you can almost taste the tension. One more surge from Doc John, or Roshan finally breaking his silence, and the entire mid-tournament storyline tilts.
Either way, this is high-risk, high-impact trading. 400 shares on is not shy sizing, and every click could be the one that flips plus 257 into a runaway green chase or a savage red spiral.
And remember, one clean drive, one plus 500 burst on or TSL, and a new name can rocket 10 ranks in a heartbeat, turning a quiet green into a full-blown leaderboard takeover.
You can almost hear the risk managers sweating. No volume spikes yet, no crowd of traders, just one player yeeting size into while everyone else practices the ancient art of not blowing up.
This is the calm before the swarm. No trader has even qualified for a high win rate badge yet, but the first one to stack 10 disciplined trades on MSFT or TSLA with 80% accuracy will redefine what skill looks like on this board.
Somebody out there is watching this and thinking, yeah, I should absolutely copy the part where he keeps hitting for minus 359. Don't. That's not a strategy. That's a subscription to pain. Doc John's journal entry today is simple. Dear Diary, I lost 359 on TSLA again, but it's okay. MSFT bailed me out. Again. Risk management by emotional support ticker.
He even mixes in smaller size, 200 shares on MSFT for another 616 pop. This is pure hotkey spam energy, just firing the same setup until something breaks.
This is the classic two-ticker relationship drama. TSLA's the toxic ex costing him 359 a visit. MSFT's the stable partner dropping 616 every time he remembers his standards.
And look where it lands him. After the chaos, Doc John keeps snapping back to around plus 250, plus 300 on the day, right in that spotlight zone where one more surge could turn him into the hero clip of the session.
He even dips the score negative, down into minus 371, minus 363, then slingshots it right back up with another misfit hit, like he's speedrunning a roller coaster sim on his own PNL.
Those dips into the red before the MSFT bounce backs tell you everything about his style. He's willing to tolerate pain, hover underwater, and then bet that his edge is strong enough to drag him back into the light.
Of course, all it takes is one MSFT trade that doesn't cough up 616, and suddenly those repeated TSLA paper cuts evolve into full-blown stitches. He's basically playing chicken with the big loss threshold.
So under the hood, this isn't small ball. These are full, big win, near big loss swings, fired back to back. The kind of moves that, with more traders online, would be flipping the entire leaderboard every few minutes. But that 200-plus buffer means when Roshan does engage, he can afford to take a swing, size up, chase a 300-symbol P&L push, and still walk away intact if it misfires.
Picture this. Roshan logs in, slams a 1,000 share order, and instantly triggers that volume spike watermark, while Doc John is already mid-duel between Tesla and MSFT. The whole dashboard would go from sleep mode to siren mode in one candle.
You can almost feel the next phase already. Tesla setting traps, MSFT offering redemption, Roshan holding unused capital like a coiled spring, all with more than 5 hours left on the tournament clock.
Big win line at plus 500, big loss at minus 500. And Doc John's pre-market adventures show both are perfectly reachable if you're willing to bet the house on your favorite button.
If the first new trade we see is a 1,000 share slam on TSLA or MSFT, it's instantly a volume outlier. Straight to the top of the radar, alarms blaring, chat spamming size before the candle even closes. And he doesn't just dip a toe. Doc John is slamming alternating trades, flipping between green and red like a strobe light on this dashboard.
He is absolutely unloading. Size. 300 shares when he wants to bounce. 400 when he wants the pain. This is not warm-up volume from Doc John.
The craziest part? We've already seen what plus 616 and minus 359 feel like in the logs, but we haven't witnessed them live. The first time we see that number flash in real time, this desk is going to lose it.
Right now, the only thing beating the market is procrastination. No live trades, no fresh damage, just historical chaos from Doc John, and a very patient Roshan waiting off stage.
And look at the swing. Minus 350 to plus 260 in a single burst. That's not a trade. That's a full field kickoff return for Doc John.
But every time he spikes into daylight, he instantly queues up another 40 lot of risk. And boom, one losing hit yanks him right back toward break even.
This is the rare strategy known as elevator trading. Shoot up a few floors on a monster win, then immediately press the down button with a revenge trade.
And that's the wild part. Despite brutal red hits sprinkled in, Doc John keeps fighting back to land around plus 250 on the board, clinging to the green like a champion in a slugfest.
Somewhere out there is a conservative trader watching this roller coaster and whispering, or, hear me out, what if we just didn't gamble 400 shares every other click?
We are one oversized misstep away from him turning that steady green cushion into a horror show, or one perfect read away from detonating a signature highlight over that 500 bar.
Meanwhile, everyone else on the board is basically in spectator mode. One guy's doing full send esports. The rest are running a very intense scoreboard watching simulator.
You can see it in contrast. Roshan Palan sits quietly in a small green pocket, barely moving, while Doc John scribbles wild swings across the session narrative.
Roshan's game plan so far is immaculate. Lock in a tiny gain, then let someone else do all the cardio and emotional damage for the stream.
Roshan keeps ticking his starting balance a few points higher, 260, 265, just enough so that if he ever decides to strike, he's already starting from a cushion.
Big picture now. Day 4 of 11. More than 5 hours still on the clock, and the tone has been set. One hyper-volatile risk-taker versus a field of patient snipers waiting in the shadows.
Right now, the only volume on the floor is Doc John's heart rate monitor. Everyone else is conserving ammo like the exchange is charging by the click.
For Doc John, the question is simple and brutal. Does he keep stacking these enormous coin flip trades, or does he lock in that hard-earned green before variance finally wins?
Every new entry now carries tournament level gravity. The next big green hit could propel him toward a commanding lead. The next big red could erase an hour of heroics in one tick.
And that's why we love these windows. The scoreboard can look harmless, but you blink once, a single trade detonates, and suddenly we're screaming over a brand new front runner.
Or they could all just copy today's template. Sit perfectly still, let Doc John test gravity 12 times in a row, and collect free entertainment value from the risk curve.
Stay locked in. This tournament is one monster trade away from erupting. And when that 500-point bomb finally goes off, we'll be here to call every heartbeat of it.
There it is, order feed finally blinking. And it's all one pilot, Doc John just mashing the hotkeys like they've been saving up every click for this exact minute.
Meanwhile, Roshan Palan is just sitting there at plus 225, watching Doc John slam the gas. Front row seat, 0 participation, premium spectator package.
And the way Doc John's doing it is chaos. Massive round trips, deep red plunges, instant green recoveries. This isn't smooth ladder climbing. This is bungee jumping with a trading account.
Yeah, because nothing says stable game plan like alternating 600 winners with 350 losers and hoping the calculator spits out something green at the end.
You can see the rhythm. Big size in, slam the exit, instant flip, do it again. Doc John is basically speed running emotional whiplash right now.
That math matters. Those plus 600 punches are nearly double the size of the losses. And that edge is exactly how Doc John escaped a deep drawdown and rocketed to the front.
Everyone else on the board is playing who can stay flat the longest. And Doc John's out here auditioning for a risk management horror film and a highlight reel at the same time.
The craziest part? Trader count 0 on the live feed. This entire fireworks show is just one contestant, solo queuing the tournament while everyone else watches their own leaderboard get hijacked.
This is how you grab control of a slow tournament. Doc John doesn't just edge ahead of Roshan. They slam the door with a 300 cushion and dare anyone else to wake up and chase.
We're still over 5 hours from the close. A 300 lead this early is powerful, but it's also tempting. A number big enough to protect and big enough to gamble with.
You've got to wonder what's going through Roshan's head. Sitting on plus 225, watching a fresh 300 print above you, do you stay patient or start eyeing the hotkey like it owes you points?
If Roshan cracks now and chases this pace, that tidy plus 225 can turn into tuition to the Don't Follow the Maniac Scalper Academy real fast.
But if Roshan
We're
times
setting
it,
up for a
if the
classic
first
duel.
move off that plus
One trader
225
already
is a
swinging
clean,
for the
controlled
fences
push,
with monster
this
intraday
quiet
swings.
rival could
Another
turn into the
sitting on a
methodical
solid
counterpoint
base,
to Doc
waiting for
John's
their moment
chaos.
to fire back.
For now, though, the show
Those
belongs to Doc
alternating
John.
surges and
One
hits
trader, one
tell a
screen,
deeper
9
story.
lives, and a trading style
This
that
isn't
screams,
luck.
what if
It's
every
a
decision
deliberate
had
bet
main character
that
energy?
the edge on the winners
And that's the kind of
justifies
approach
living
that
dangerously
creates legends
close
in this
to the
format.
pain line
Huge
on
positive
every
swings.
loser.
But if you're at home
Flirting with the
thinking,
big
I
loss
could do that,
threshold,
remember,
but
one
walking
mistimed
away
entry with
for
this kind
now
of sizing and
with
you're
the
not top of the
scoreboard
ladder.
glowing
You're
green.
starring in the cautionary tale of the day.
So the
Either way,
question hanging
the
over
tone
this
has been
arena
set.
now is simple.
Day 4 is
Does
no longer
anyone
a slow
answer
grind.
this early
It's a
challenge?
high velocity
Or do we
sprint
watch one
where one
trader
fearless
ride
trader
a razor's
has
edge
proven
alone
you can
all the
rewrite
way
the
to the closing
standings
bell?
in just a handful
And
of
that's with
swings.
0 volume spikes on the radar yet.
Somebody out there is going to
No
stare at
1,000
that
share
plus
rushes from the
300
rest
and
of the
think,
field.
I can
When they
catch that
finally
in one
pile in,
trade.
this calm
And that
dashboard
is
is going to
exactly
start
how we
looking
get our
like a
first
pinball
minus
machine.
500 celebrity of the afternoon.
From a strategy
But
lens,
now,
today
credit
is
where it's
now a
due.
test of discipline.
Doc John
Do you
walked the
respect
tightrope,
the big win
ate
and
the
big
brutal
loss
swings,
thresholds?
and still came
Or
out
do you let the
flashing
sight
green
of
at the
one
front of the
trader's
pack.
aggressive climb
That's a
lure you
statement opening
into
to this
overreaching?
session.
82 minutes into day 4, the dust clears just enough to see 2 names carved into the board. Roshan Palan holding steady, and Doc John carving chaos into the tape.
That is not a probe, that is a commitment. 20,000 plus on SQQQ. One and done. Slam the door and then nothing. Roshan just freezes at plus 345, like, yeah, I'm good.
On the other side, you got Doc John turning Misfit into a personal trampoline. Multiple plus 616 blasts, dragging the total from deep red all the way to nearly 400 green.
Of course, every heroic misfit pop comes with a matching Tesla faceplant, minus 359 a clip. This isn't diversification, this is emotional damage hedging.
But the headline stands. After all those swings, Doc John hauls the account from negative 3 plus to roughly plus 300 on the back of Misfit. Massive comeback drive. Tournament defining stuff.
Day 4, 86 minutes deep, and the entire storyboard has collapsed down to just two names on this wall of numbers. One charging, one waiting, and a whole arena of empty chairs around them.
Look at this feed. Every flicker is the same tag, Doc John, just hammering the tape while the trader count literally says zero, like the system can't believe one person is doing all this.
And it is working. After chewing through brutal red territory, Doc John has muscled that equity line all the way up to roughly plus 340 on the day. Lone champion on a silent ladder.
But hiding just beneath that, Roshan Palan sits on a clean plus 345. A textbook, untouched gain. No drawdown scars, no drama, just quiet green, staring back at the chaos above.
And Roshan didn't do it with a cute 100 share poke either. That was a 20,000 share blast that punched a crater in the volume stats in one shot.
120,000 share punch, green score, then absolute silence. This is the trading equivalent of landing a haymaker and immediately retiring from the sport.
And the pattern is insane. Each time a loser lands, it carves roughly minus 350 out of the stack, just a hair under the big loss warning line. Like they're speed running how close you can get without triggering disaster.
But when the green hits, it hits hard. Roughly plus 611 a shot. almost double the size of the damage. That's a knockout ratio if you can keep landing the punches.
From a pure numbers standpoint, both players are almost neck and neck in profit, but the trajectories could not be more different. One sharp surgical spike, one chaotic staircase built out of alternating wins and hits.
But for the viewers, this is perfect. Roshan the Sniper versus Doc John the Brawler. One big shot versus a barrage of swings. Both orbiting that mid 300s profit zone with hours still on the clock. That's discipline on display. One massive move, clock in a symbol level gain north of the 300 threshold, and then refuse to give a single dollar back while the rest of the board goes berserk.
Doc John, by contrast, has already cycled that account from negative to positive multiple times, finishing this stretch in the low 400s after weathering a storm of alternating surges and setbacks.
We've seen them go from minus 200 to plus 300 to back in the mid 300s, then claw right back up again. This equity curve looks like a cardiogram after 6 espressos.
So on the scoreboard, we've got the calm surgeon and the chaos gremlin tied in profit. Two paths, same destination, wildly different blood pressure readings.
Strategically, that means the next decision matters more than any that came before. One more plus 600 burst or one more minus 350 stumble could define not just the day, but their confidence for the rest of this tournament window.
Somewhere out there, another contestant is staring at this feed thinking, I can outdo that in one swing. And that, friends, is how tournament highlight reels get their bloopers section.
And when that barrier finally snaps, whether it's a monster green spike or the first real minus 500 crater, you know this quiet dashboard is going to light up like a game-winning buzzer beater.
Give credit where it's due. Bouncing from red to green to deeper green without ever touching that minus 500 landmine is a gutsy masterclass in controlled aggression from Doc John.
Roshan's path, by comparison, will test patience. Sitting on that untouched gain, they must decide whether this was the one defining strike of the day or just the foundation for a late session charge. So as the clock ticks under the 5-hour mark, the question hangs over this empty but furious arena. Will it be the one-shot specialist or the relentless brawler who writes the headline for day 4 of this tournament? 90 minutes into this day 4 window, the arena belongs to just 2 names on the tape, Roshan Palan and Doc John, trading like they've rented out the entire ladder for a private duel.
20,000 shares of SQQQ is not casual. That's, if this sticks against me, I taste the abyss, sizing. And Roshan keeps punching that same ticket like it's a comfort trade.
But under the jokes, there's discipline. Roshan is hitting the same SQQQ setup, the same size, the same outcome, stacking those 300-plus wins into a quiet but deadly foundation.
It's like a subscription service. One MSFT bailout, one TSLA punishment, delivered hourly. Net result, a nice P&L. But the emotional drawdown has to be savage.
And look where it lands. After the latest Misfit Slam and Tesla Gut Punch, Doc John stands tall around plus 500 on the session, right at that you just made the highlight reel mark.
Remember, that climb started from red. Early on, we saw Doc John buried almost 200 below zero, then another sequence where the account sank near minus 100, and still they clawed back and surged ahead.
Yeah, nothing like starting in the red and deciding the cure is to fire off alternating 600 winners and 350 losers. Subtle, conservative, extremely normal behavior.
So on one side, we've got Roshan, the SQQQ sniper, locking in precision hits. And on the other, Doc John, the M5 Tesla brawler, trading like every candle is sudden death overtime.
We're only halfway through the session, but already the template is clear. big individual swings with MSFT and Tesla, and one high-conviction SQQQ play can rewrite the entire leaderboard in a handful of decisions.
Yeah, if one of those TSLA shots decides today's the day to print a -500, we stop calling it a strategy and start filing it under educational content.
That's the razor's edge of this format. If your winners beat the big win bar and your losers stay under the big loss floor, you look like a genius. One slip, and the same aggression becomes ruin.
But don't let that calm line fool you. 20,200 shares is a volume spike by any standard. Every SQQQ entry from Roshan is a full on cannon blast, even if the tape only shows one clean green number.
For Doc John, the story is resilience, crawling from negative territory to that plus 500 zone with just a handful of trades, each one a coin flip between huge relief and serious pain.
This is the kind of approach that looks genius on the leaderboard and absolutely deranged on a heart monitor. Great P&L curve, questionable cardiology.
And with 300 minutes still on the clock, that's the tension. Does Roshan keep banking clean SQQQ edges? Does Doc John keep tempting fate on MSFT and TSLA? Or does someone else finally enter the arena and swing for those big win thresholds?
Imagine the first new name that appears on this board. Watching these big win numbers and deciding, yeah, I'm just gonna one shot that with size. That's how we get our first real big loss casualty of the afternoon.
The bigger lesson is on display right now. Doc John is proving you can thrive with controlled asymmetry. And Roshan shows how a single, well-timed, high-conviction idea on SQQQ can hang with far more chaotic strategies. 90-plus minutes into day 4, the arena has gone eerie again. No new traders on the board, just the ghost of earlier aggression still glowing on this quiet dashboard. All that motion we saw came from a single contender, Doc John, carving the curve with alternating heavy blows, big winners, sharp cuts, and somehow landing back above water every time the dust settled. Meanwhile, Roshan Palan sits frozen at a clean 345 on the day, untouched by red so far, a quiet fortress of green, daring the market to come test the walls.
Yeah, nothing says casual risk like treating SQQQ with 20,000 shares as if it's a friendly little index fund. Roshan basically booked a day's work in one swing and hit the brakes.
When you size that heavy on SQQQ and walk away green, you earn the right to slow the heartbeat, a single, decisive moment rather than 1,000 tiny cuts.
Those missed punches are monster plays, plus 616 at a time, turning a negative morning into a positive cushion, like a highlight reel dunk straight over the deficit.
But every time Doc John touches
At this
Tesla,
point,
it's like
TSLA
stepping
isn't
on
a
a
trade
rate.
for Doc John.
Minus
It's a
350,
subscription.
minus 350,
Every entry
again
comes
and
with a
again.
recurring charge
Just
of
getting
minus
smacked in the face
350
by the same ticker
and a
on repeat.
complimentary lesson in stubbornness.
What makes it
And
fascinating
yet,
is the
after
symmetry.
that tug of
The
war,
MSFT
Doc John
wins
still
and
claws up
Tesla
into the
hits
low
almost
500s on the
mirror each
day,
other,
turning a
turning this
nasty
P&L
early
line
drawdown
into a
into a
tightrope
legit
between
challenge
disciplined edge
toward the top
and
line.
emotional revenge.
You can see the rhythm.
Most people average
Slam
down
down
in
with
price.
size, take a
Doc
600
John
pop,
averages down in heart
immediately
rate
hand
by
350
repeatedly
back,
taking the
then
same
do it
sized
all over
punch
again like
and
the
hoping the
account is a
math bails them
trampoline
out
built
by
out
the
of risk.
close.
Remember the thresholds here. Plus 500 is a certified big win. Minus 500 is full disaster status. And Doc John has been dancing within a whisper of both on nearly every rotation.
That's what makes this so wild. One more clean misfit shot, and Doc John is spiking straight through the big win line, turning an already spicy session into a full-blown statement day.
But flip that. One oversized misstep with the same aggression, and those minus 350 taps suddenly become the minus 500 faceplant that wipes the whole morning out in a blink.
And through all of it, the trader counts 0 new faces, no fresh challengers entering the arena, just this silent scoreboard waiting for someone to dare the volatility gods again.
That means every number you see, Roshan's 345, Doc John hovering in the 500s, was carved out in isolation, like practice field scrims that still count on the main leaderboard.
Roshan's playbook so far is basically hit one monster, then sit on your hands and watch everyone else bleed for crumbs. Honestly, not the worst life choice I've seen in this bracket.
Day 4, just past the 90-minute mark, and this arena is basically a ghost town, except for 2 names lighting up the entire scoreboard like it's a private scrim.
We're not even halfway through the total days, and already we've got players flirting with big win territory and dangling inches from catastrophe. That's the kind of pressure that forges champions.
But every time MSFT lifts the equity into the clouds, TSLA reaches up and claws it back. Those minus 359 hits are the shadow hanging over Doc John's entire run.
Honestly impressive. TSLA keeps clotheslining the account for minus 359, and Doc John just shrugs, reloads 400 shares and says, "Hit me again. I brought MSFT to bail me out."
Clock check. Just under 5 hours left. Plenty of room for double ups, full reversals, or that one catastrophic overtrade that flips today's hero into tomorrow's legend of what not to do.
And the best part? Roshan hits that SQQQ 20k share slam again. And again. Copy-paste plus 345 like it's a subscription service for safe green days.
SQQQ is absolutely the volume monster here. 20,200 shares per pop, blowing past that 1,000 share spike threshold like it doesn't exist. And nobody else is even touching that size.
TSLA, though. TSLA is the villain of this story. Every appearance in the log is a minus 359 faceplant, like a scripted jump scare in an otherwise nice PNL movie.
You can feel how close these hits are. Minus 359 is just one bad feel away from minus 500. And that's where the scoreboard sirens really start blaring.
Roshan's sitting pretty, though. No drawdown drama, just green numbers and big volume, like they skipped the stress class and went straight to the payout chapter.
And because the rest of the field is silent, every one of these trades feels like a scoreboard takeover. Each click is another solo drive down the field with no defense in sight.
We're talking trader count 0 on the live feed, nobody else active, and yet the PNL is whipping from minus territory to mid-hundreds green like there's a whole squad clicking.
Remember, we're only 98 minutes from the opening bell with almost 5 hours left. These early leads are powerful, but they're also invitations for someone to overreach later.
Those swings from minus 100 to plus 580 and back toward 512, 520, 530, this equity curve is literally vibrating up and down the ladder.
If your heart rate matches that PNL path, please consult a professional. This is not investment advice. This is cardiovascular training disguised as trading.
Set the scene. One hyper-aggressive climber, one heavyweight scalper, no one else clicking. This is basically a finals matchup playing out in the middle of a quiet bracket.
You just know someone's going to log in late, see these mid-hundreds PNL lines and decide to catch up in one trade. That's how you audition for the disaster reel, not the podium.
The thresholds are drawn. 500 for glory, 500 for catastrophe. And every choice from here on is a step toward one of those headlines on the tournament recap.
And the wild thing is, this is only tournament day 4 out of 11. These PNL fireworks aren't just points, they're momentum for the entire rest of the event.
As the clock ticks toward the close, one question hangs over this quiet leaderboard. Will anyone else wake up and challenge these early giants? Or did we just watch the day's defining plays unfold already? For Doc John, it's been a knife-edge routine. Massive shots on Tesla for brutal red, then clean, surgical winners on MSFT that drag the equity back from the brink again and again.
Look at the size on that. Over 20,000 shares of SQQQ ripping through the tape. That's not dipping a toe, that's cannonballing into leveraged volatility.
What makes that sequence powerful is the transformation. Roshan climbs from a drawdown near minus 85 into the mid-200s, then locks it, holding flat while the chaos builds elsewhere.
And then Roshan comes back for more. Another massive SQQQ burst, another 345 lift. This is like reloading the same play and watching it print over and over.
The key detail here is consistency. Those repeated 300-plus wins on SQQQ carve a smooth arc from red to a comfortable green plateau without once crossing the big loss danger line.
You can see the pattern. Load 300 MSFT shares, fire, bank a 600 plus hit, and in a single heartbeat, the PNL snaps from red back to bright green.
Yeah, except every time MSFT pays the rent, TSLA shows up like a collections agent with a minus 359 and reminds Doc John that gravity still exists.
And yet, every time TSLA drags Doc John back, a fresh MSFT trade fires off, another plus 616, and the score launches right back toward the 500 mark and beyond.
Strategically, it's fascinating. On paper, those MSFT gains dominate the TSLA losses, but the risk profile is razor thin. One oversized loser, even slightly above that minus 350 norm, would punch through the tournament's big loss line in a single blow.
That's the crazy part. Roshan slinging SQQQ in blocks big enough to light up any volume scanner. But the equity curve is a smooth ramp from minus to plus 340. Then pause, breathe, protect.
And through all that chaos, Doc John still claws up to around plus 550, turning a morning full of minus 350 TSLA landmines into a net green scoreboard.
If you ever wondered what it looks like when someone uses TSLA as a motivational tool to trade MSFT better, this is it. Take a punch, chase a 600 win, repeat until heart rate maxes out.
We've got over 4.5 hours left, and already the template is clear. Monster symbol edges, near threshold losses, and massive volume spikes on SQQQ, setting the tone for the rest of the field.
For now, though, the narrative is simple but electric. One trader mastering SQQQ with measured aggression, another juggling TSLA and MSFT with explosive swings, both proving that early risk can rewrite an entire day's destiny.
Doc Jones is pure adrenaline. TSLA knocking chunks out of the account. MSFT dropping plus 616 haymakers. The net result, a precarious but impressive perch in the mid 500s.
The question now is, who adapts? Does someone copy Roshan's controlled SQQQ blueprint, or does another dare to step into Doc John's high wire act with TSLA and MSFT and push the swings even higher?
That is a certified big win strike. 616 per hit on Misfit, and every one of those is above the tournament's danger line. That's touchdown level aggression.
Hits wild. The TSLA hits are brutal red, almost at the big loss tripwire, 400 shares a swing, and Doc John just keeps diving back in like it's a roller coaster rewrite button.
But don't sleep on the counterpunch. Roshan Palin finally wakes up on SQQQ and rips a chunky 345 winner twice, 3 times. Suddenly, that P&L is marching from red to 430 green, like a champion. Volume spike alert. Those SQQQ blocks are way past the 1,000 share benchmark. That's not tiptoeing in, that's storming the castle and planting a flag at plus 430.
Meanwhile, every time TSLA shows up for Doc John, it's like a subscription service. Minus 359, minus 359. Thanks for your recurring donation to volatility.com.
That's the magic of the edge. Despite those heavy Tesla wounds, Doc John keeps slingshotting from small red to 5+100 green, like the account refuses to stay down.
Of course, that assumes you don't accidentally turn one of those losers into a minus 500 special, at which point the spreadsheet stops being your friend and starts being an intervention.
That discipline pays. Roshan marches from negative territory to plus 230, then all the way to plus 430, building a fortress of green on SQQQ while barely touching anything else.
One trader is basically day trading a sledgehammer, the other is running a factory. Both are making money, but only one of them looks like a stress test for the heart monitor.
Check the flip-flop. Tesla drags Doc John from 970 plus down into the low 600s, in chunk after chunk, just carving 359 at a time like it's nothing.
And yet, every time it looks like disaster, another misfit rocket fires. Negative 73, negative 61, negative 23, and then boom, plus 616, and the equity lines back on the mountaintop. And as they do it, the leaderboard stretches. 2 traders now are sitting hundreds above zero, turning a sleepy bracket into a 2-horse race with real money on the line.
And the wildest part? The official trader count feed is still at 0. This entire fireworks show is literally just 2 accounts beating up the leaderboard, while everyone else stays invisible.
So now the pressure shifts to the shadows, the absent names, the quiet accounts, watching these numbers tick higher and wondering if patience is wisdom or just fear in disguise.
Somebody's going to break and say, I can close that 600 gap in one shot. And that sentence has never once been followed by a low-stress trading day.
But it's also how legends are made. A single perfect strike can catapult a newcomer straight into this duel, turning a 2-player showdown into a full-blown ladder brawl. Strap in, the opening act was already explosive. And if this is how hard they're swinging with nearly 5 hours left, the real fireworks are still to come in this trading arena.
Midway through the morning window, the arena looks empty on the trader count. But the event feed tells a different story. 30 flashes of action, and one name has clearly decided today won't be quiet.
And the scoreboard proves it. Doc John is yo-yoing around the mid-600s, turning what should be a sleepy fourth day into a highlight reel of ridiculous swings.
Roshan's strategy right now is elite. Sit perfectly still at plus 235 and let Doc John beta test every bad idea on the leaderboard for you.
Those winners are no joke, around plus 616 a pop, comfortably into the big win territory for this format. That's the kind of punch that can rewrite a whole tournament day in one swing.
And the share size isn't tiny either. 300 on the winners, 400 on the losers. This is not paper cut stuff. This is full-size entries swinging the entire P&L bar every click.
When those plus 600 bursts land, the equity line doesn't just nudge. It vaults from tiny single digits to the mid 600s in one go, like a wide receiver breaking a tackle and sprinting the entire field.
Of course, the very next play is usually a minus 359 tackle in the backfield. So yeah, welcome to the gain half the field, give back a third offense.
But that patience cuts both ways. Every time Doc John spikes into the 600s again, that quiet plus 2 something looks less like comfort and more like an open challenge on the board.
Remember, the big win threshold here is 500. Each of those plus 616 bursts doesn't just clear the bar, it sets off fireworks, while every minus 359 skates dangerously close to the big loss cliff.
And every time the green side connects, it's a statement drive. Those plus 600 plays don't just add points, they slam a message across the whole ladder. This prize pool is up for grabs right now.
And don't forget, it's only day 4 of 11. These swings we're seeing now set the tone for the entire event. Blow up today, and you're climbing from a crater the rest of the week.
Or you do what Roshan's doing. Lock in a nice little 200 buffer early, then treat the rest of the session like you've already won practice mode.
The question is timing. Does Roshan wait for Doc John to finally misstep into a true big loss, or do they fire first and try to flip this measured start into a headline day?
And if you're wondering what kind of trader plays alone in an empty arena, alternating plus 600 and minus 359, the answer is simple. Someone absolutely allergic to boredom.
More importantly, the math favors that aggression so far. Those big wins are roughly 70% larger than the losses. So even with alternating hits, the account trends upward over each cycle.
Still, if this pace continues, we're watching the blueprint for how to seize control of a slow field. Big, decisive trades, tight exits, and a willingness to live right at the edge of the danger zone.
Midway through this fourth day, the arena is still officially empty, but on the tape, one ghost is trading like a full squad, and it's the same name lighting up every column, Doc John. And somewhere out there, other contestants are watching this tape, calculating quietly. Do they copy the aggression later today, or wait for the inevitable overextension and counterattack from safety?
Yeah, nothing says inner peace like alternating 900 winners and 300 losers with max size. This is less a trading plan and more a P&L heart monitor having a panic attack.
You can see the rhythm. Tesla slap, MSFT bailout, Tesla slap, MSFT bailout. Account swings from deep red to mid 600s like someone toggling a light switch on the equity curve.
Oh sure, easy game. Just eat 3 separate minus 359 hits on 400 TSLA shares and hope your MSFT timing is god tier every single time. What could possibly go wrong? We've got one trader base jumping off the P&L tower and Roshan running a no-trade backtest in live conditions. Peak contrast, folks.
But that plus 260 is sneaky strong. While Doc John is pinballing between red and green, Roshan's untouched stack is quietly holding second place without burning a single commission.
And that sets the stage. Doc John swinging a plus 600 edge on pure aggression. Roshan parked at plus 260 on pure patience. Two opposite playbooks staring at the same leaderboard.
And every one of those clicks is basically a coin toss with 400 TSLA shares. One bad candle in that heroic plus 616 becomes a tragic minus something ugly we don't print on stream.
With big loss and big win markers sitting around plus or minus 500, these 600 bursts from MSFT are essentially tournament swing bullets, each one worthy of a headline on its own.
And we are barely halfway through the session, over 4.5 hours still to go. At this pace, one more sequence of Tesla pain and MSFT rescue could double this entire P&L stack or wipe it back to flat.
The symbol story is crystal clear. TSLA is the hazardous playground, repeatedly dragging the equity down by 359 a shot, while MSFT is the disciplined counter, delivering precision strikes back to safety.
Honestly, if you're don't confuse it with a blueprint. This is max volatility cosplay. The win rate on misfit has to stay almost perfect, or the TSLA hits start eating the whole stack.
The question is how long Roshan can watch this from the sidelines. sitting on plus 260. Every fresh print from Doc John turns that comfortable buffer into a decision point. Join the chaos or defend the stack.
That's the tightrope here. Misfit trades are already in big win territory. TSLA losses are just shy of big loss status. One extra cent of slippage, and you've crossed the disaster threshold in a heartbeat. And remember, volume thresholds are still untouched. No multi thousand share spikes yet. The moment someone crunches size beyond 400 on Tesla or 300 on MSFT, these swings could double instantly.
You just know someone's watching this thinking, why grind when I can one-shot plus 600 on Miss Fifth? And that, my friends, is how future bag holders are born.
For now, the scoreboard is simple. Doc John owning the tape with a hard-earned plus 600 and change after vicious swings. Roshan steady at plus 260. And a silent field waiting for its moment to enter the story. When the next trader finally steps into this arena, they won't just be trading prices. They'll be answering the question Doc John and Roshan have posed today. Will you chase the wild swings or protect every point you've earned?
That SQQQ blast is huge. Roshan goes from flat to plus 355 in one swing, riding a 26,000 share wave like it's a championship play.
Roshan basically turned SQQQ into their personal liquidity pool. 26,000 shares just to print 355. That's not a trade, that's a takeover bid.
But the Chaos Crown still belongs to Doc John. Every time they touch TSLA, it's a minus 359 slap over and over. 400 shares at a time, just torching the PNL bar.
At this point, TSLA is less a trade and more a subscription fee. $3.59 per visit. Auto debit from Doc John's account every time they can't resist pushing the button.
And the wild part is, they're tanking those Tesla hits and still standing tall in the green. Doc John eats the losses, then comes roaring back with another miss slam to keep the scoreboard glowing.
You can see it in the log. Massive 965 on MSFT. Then later, a chunky 616s on smaller size. Like they scaled down the risk, but still squeezed huge juice out of that name.
Roshan's story is almost the opposite. One giant SQQQ entry, then back to flat, sitting on that plus 355 like a chess player who just traded queens and walked away winning.
Honestly, respect the discipline. Roshan hits SQQQ once for a chunky gain, and then retires for the afternoon like they just rang the closing bell themselves.
For Doc John, the journey is a roller coaster. From nearly minus 400 up to the mid-600s, slipping back toward the 600s again, a constant tug of war between aggression and survival.
Those TSLA hits are the landmines. Every time the balance climbs toward 1,000, bam, another minus 359, shredding the cushion and dragging the total back toward the 600 zone.
But the resilience is unreal. After that TSLA smackdown from around 1,000 back to the 600s, Doc John fires another MSIF win and rips the equity right back to 620 plus.
That's the kind of sizing where your whole day depends on whether SQQQ decides to sneeze in your direction or not. Today it sneezed green, but that coin flip is brutal.
Zoom out, and the scoreboard is wild. No crowd of names, just a tiny cast making huge moves. And yet, the total P&L swings look like a packed tournament with half the room going all in.
And remember, trader count on the live feed is still showing 0. This entire roller coaster is basically 1.5 people turning the tournament into their private volatility playground.
That's what makes it electric. Every fresh tick you see isn't background noise. It's a main character decision that can sell the total P&L hundreds of dollars in either direction in seconds.
You can almost feel the temptation building. After a sequence like this, the next trader to join is going to want to skip the warm-up and dive straight into the 500 swing deep end.
For now, though, The spotlight stays locked on Doc John and Roshan, one riding waves of Misfit and Tesla, the other guarding that SQQQ treasure, setting the stage for a huge finish later in this session. And leading that charge right now is Doc John, sitting at plus 566 after a wild roller coaster, turning what was deep red into a highlight reel green day. On the other side, Roshan Palin quietly plants a solid plus 355 on the board. No drawdown baggage, just one clean push straight into the money.
And Roshan did it in one blast. 26,000 plus shares flying through the book in a single shot. That's not dipping a toe, that's cannonballing into volatility.
But look at the result. That monster size turns into a crisp plus 355 win and slams Roshan right into striking distance of the front of the pack.
Think about that swing. Down almost 400, up to plus 566. That's nearly $1,000 of vertical movement in one tiny cluster of trades.
That's tier 4 energy. That's hit the big win threshold in spirit kind of movement. A full-on comeback arc you usually see at the end of the session, not in the middle.
Of course, to get that hero arc, you have to first yeet yourself into that minus 399 hole. So shout out to terrible early decision-making for creating great content.
And the wild part? Trader count is still technically 0 on the live feed. This whole fireworks show is happening with just these two pushing orders while everyone else hides in the shadows.
Or it screams, I'm one candle away from becoming a minus 500 meme. But hey, today it worked, so we call it discipline instead of gambling.
Remember the thresholds hanging over this arena. 500 up or down is where the tournament calls it a big moment. And both of these accounts are now orbiting that line from different directions.
Assuming, of course, that Doc John doesn't decide to just take one more shot and punt the whole thing straight back to 0 like a true gambler on tilt.
For Roshan, the next decision is everything. Stay flat at plus 355 or fire a second shot and try to vault over that 500 milestone in one decisive strike.
And with size like that first trade, a second entry won't be subtle. If Roshan pulls the trigger again, the volume spike is going to light this dashboard up like a slot machine.
We've already seen Roshan press that massive size once and nail it. If they do it again and clear that 500 mark, we're talking instant title contender status.
This is how a slow tournament flips. One pair of aggressive traders makes the first real move. And suddenly, every passive name has to decide whether to protect pride or protect capital.
Yeah, it's aggressive, all right. Swinging a 900-plus round trip is the kind of thing that either gets you a trophy or a cautionary slide in every future risk seminar.
The tension now is simple. Does the leader defend this fragile edge or press it even harder and risk turning a heroic comeback into the worst collapse of day 4?
And Roshan sitting there, flat after that one huge push, staring at plus 355, knowing one more good decision could flip the entire script and snatch the lead.
And somewhere out there, a still flat trader is thinking, I'll just match that in one trade. Which is exactly how you audition for the big loss blooper reel before the close.
The next time we see that event counter jump, it could be anything. A new challenge of taking a reckless swing, or one of our leaders overextending and detonating their cushion on impact.
On one side, you've got Doc John, who has wrestled a brutal early drawdown into a hard-earned cushion, sitting at plus 572 after trading like every click had something to prove.
And the headline act so far has been those monster punches on Misfit. Doc John dropping 965 wins over and over, like they found a cheat code in a mega cap blue chip.
You know you're spicy when Missift, the corporate beige of tech, is printing plus 965 singles for you. This isn't investing. This is speed chess with $1 trillion ticker. It's beautiful in a twisted way. MSFT pays almost $1,000. TSLA invoices $359. Doc John basically built a personal hedge fund where one ticker funds the other's bad decisions.
That's the crazy part. After all the chaos, all the whipsaws, Doc John is standing on plus 572, turning what could have been a meltdown into one of the biggest cushions we've seen today.
Meanwhile, Roshan picked one battlefield, SQQQ, and built a fortress, a single plus 355 win on 26,200 shares, then locked the gates and walked away.
And that one decision matters because that single SQQQ blast plants Roshan solidly in the green, turning a simple scalp into a legitimate challenge to Doc John's early control of the bracket.
Imagine loading up the dashboard and realizing the entire session highlight reel is two people, one MSFT junkie and one SQQQ artillery strike. Everyone else basically cosplaying as treasury bills.
Of course, every hero move has a shadow. Those Tesla hits at minus 359 are stalking the edge of the danger zone, just shy of the big loss line drawn at 500.
At this point, TSLA isn't a ticker for Doc John. It's a subscription service to regret. Same share size, same loss. Like they set their hotkey to donate 359.
The numbers tell a clear story. When the winners are almost 1,000 and the losers cluster in the mid-300s, the entire edge depends on discipline, not turning one mistake into something catastrophic.
And you know someone's going to look at plus 572 and plus 355 and think, easy, I'll just hit the gas once, right before the market turns their account into a teaching slide.
This is where tournaments like this get dangerous. The first big score is on the board, and every quiet trader watching has to decide whether to protect capital or gamble for instant glory.
Either way, the risk styles couldn't be louder. Doc John's chart probably looks like a seismograph. Roshan's looks like a heartbeat that spiked once and then went back to Zen mode.
And remember, these aren't just numbers. With 11 total days in this tournament and 7 still ahead after today, every cushion built now becomes armor for the battles still to come.
The volume threshold say 1000 shares is a spike, and Roshan just did 26 times that on SQQQ. When the rest of the field starts matching that aggression, this calm screen is going to melt.
Somewhere out there, a flat trader is staring at this plus 572 versus plus 355 duel, feeling the temptation build with every quiet minute that passes. For now, the arena holds its breath. Doc John guarding that fragile lead, Roshan lurking with that single sharp SQQQ strike, and over 4 hours still remain for this calm bracket to erupt into chaos. On the other, there's Roshan Palan, quietly stacking identical green punches on, each one a tidy gain that keeps nudging that equity higher without ever dipping into visible danger.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Just Roshan sending the same 26k share missile repeatedly. Because who needs variety when the copy-paste button pays?
That repetition tells a story. Roshan isn't guessing on SQQQ. They found a pocket they trust, and they're willing to size up again and again until it breaks. Think about that. Several 965 strikes on from a negative base, each one dragging Doc John out of the hole and rebuilding the balance up to the mid-500s.
Those 965 chunks on are huge. That's almost double the loss size. And that edge is exactly how you turn disaster into a highlight reel.
And then there's just punching back at Doc John for around minus 359 a swing. Every time they touch it, it's like the stock taxes them for daring to scalp it.
You can see the tug of war, handing out 965 jackpots, clawing back minus 359 at a time. And somehow, Doc John still lands around 560 on the board.
You can almost feel the rhythm, Lose 350, win 965. Repeat. The equity curve for Doc John is just a series of lunges and snapbacks.
And somehow, after all that chaos, the end result is simple. Doc John drags the score from deep red to roughly plus 585, an absolutely heroic turnaround on the day.
What makes Roshan scary is the volume. 26K shares of in one clip absolutely smashes the 1000 share spike line. That's not a feeler trade, that's a conviction hammer.
That's tier 4 size right there. Anytime you're throwing 26,200 shares of at the screen, every tiny tick is a roar on the leaderboard.
What's impressive is that, so far, Roshan's aggression hasn't produced a visible setback, just a chain of wins stacking that score to roughly plus 355 in one sweep.
But the danger for Doc John is obvious. Keep letting slap you for minus 359, and one bad feel away from that 500 disaster threshold, and the whole day flips on its head.
With over 4 hours left in the window, these mid-hundred scores are both a shield and a temptation, enough cushion to protect, and just enough to gamble with.
We're sitting on the edge of that decision. One oversized entry from either side, and this calm leaderboard could explode into a totally new order in a single candle.
And somewhere out there, a future contestant is staring at these numbers thinking, yeah, I'll just one trade my way past them. Which is exactly how highlight reels get new villains.
For Doc John, every new entry now carries history. They've already walked the tightrope from red to green, and the next slip could erase the entire rescue in a heartbeat.
Either way, this is what we love. Two totally different play styles, both in the green, both daring each other to blink first as the clock keeps ticking.
Day 4 rolls on from a strangely empty arena. No new contenders on the board, but the tape still carries the fingerprints of two traders who've already rewritten this session, Doc John and Roshan Palan.
400 shares a clip on MSFT and TSLA with swings near a grand, and minus 350 plus on the losers. Yeah, that's not a strategy, that's a sponsored stress test.
Behind that, in the shadow of the fireworks, Roshan Palan has quietly carved out roughly plus 350, using a single sharp strike on SQQQ to step out of the red and into control.
Yeah, just casually yeeting 26,000 SQQQ, grabbing 350, and then sitting perfectly flat. Roshan played hit it and quit it, while everyone else auditioned for a roller coaster.
Look at the rhythm of Doc John's log. Missing FFT trade, bang, plus 965. Flip to TSLA, whack, minus 359. Back to MSFT again. It's like watching someone juggle grenades with the pins half out.
Every time MSFT shows up, it's a near four-figure win. Every time TSLA appears, it's a carbon copy minus 359. This isn't a watch list, it's a personality test with money attached.
The pattern is almost surgical. Let MSFT carry the upside. Let Tesla absorb the pain, and trust that the math of bigger wins over smaller losses slowly bends the curve in your favor.
Meanwhile, the trader count on the live feed still says 0. This whole circus of 900 winners and 350 losers is literally a one-player lobby right now.
We're more than 2 hours past the opening bell, with over 4 left before the close. That's a lot of runway for this early edge to be either protected like treasure or thrown around like confetti.
One more TSLA misstep for minus 350, and suddenly that comfy cushion around plus 585 doesn't feel like a throne. It feels like a folding chair on a trapdoor.
Roshan, on the other hand, sits on plus 350 like a sniper with the safety on. One clean SQQQ ambush, and then nothing. Just holding the gain and daring the market to blink first.
And let's not ignore the share counts. 400 shares per hit on the big tech names. Over 26,000 on that leveraged SQQQ strike. That's way past the 1,000 share spike line. That's full-blown artillery fire.
And the payoff is clear. Symbol level. SQQQ flashes as a heavyweight winner. MSFT glows with repeated green spikes. And even TSLA's red scars tell the story of someone willing to trade right up to the danger threshold. For now, though, the crown sits with Doc John, up around plus 585 after eating multiple 300 plus hits, still standing, still green, still owning the entire highlight reel of day 4.
And Roshan's arc is a different flavor of adrenaline. Starting basically flat, pressing the button once on SQQQ with 20 plus thousand shares, and teleporting the PNL straight to plus 350 in a single blink.
So the stage is set. One hyperactive brawler in Doc John, one precision striker in Roshan, both already well past the $300 impact line, and the rest of the field still asleep at the wheel. Strap in. If this is what the tape looks like with effectively zero active traders, imagine the chaos when the rest of the field finally wakes up and tries to chase down a plus 585 and a plus 350 lead.
Day 4 rolls on, the arena still mostly empty, but the story on the board is already wild. One hyperactive gunslinger, one silent sniper, and a lot of empty chairs between them.
And has been a touchdown machine for him. 965 a clip, over and over, turning brutal red drawdowns into a fresh 600 plus scoreboard edge.
Look at the path, deep in the hole, almost 400 underwater, then one massive swing and boom, back above zero. Then right back to flirting with red again. His PNL line looks like a seismograph.
The math behind it is ruthless. Plus 965 on the winners, minus 359 on the losers. As long as the win rate holds, this style prints, but the margin for error is razor thin.
And those plays are huge size, 26 to 27,000 shares flying each time. No tiny scalps here. That's a full-on leverage rocket every click.
3 swings, 3 clean green stamps on, and Roshan rockets from minus to plus 355. Every one of those is a big win threshold banger.
Meanwhile, between those monster hits, Roshan goes full statue. Flat, no trades, just sitting on the green like it might break if they touch it again.
And remember, the feed still shows zero active traders right now. These are ghosts on the tape. All this damage and glory preloaded before anyone else even queues up.
And you know someone is going to try exactly that. I'll just one-shot 600 points, how hard can it be? Right before they discover what a minus 500 feels like.
We're just past the 2-hour mark from the Open, with more than 4 hours left to play. These early scores aren't finals. They're invitations to either chase greatness or implode spectacularly.
This is the purest form of tilt temptation. Crushing one setup, bleeding on the other, and still saying, yeah, run it back, I'm sure this time will be different.
Roshan, by contrast, keeps returning to the same well. Same size, same reward. Each trade a methodical 355, like stepping stones across a river of volatility.
What blows my mind is the scale. Volume spike threshold is 1,000 shares, and Roshan is 20 times that in one swipe, while Dog John is slinging 400 to 500 share clips on single name bets.
With 11 total tournament days, and this only day 4, these early green stacks are more than numbers. They're psychological weapons. Every late entrant will have to stare down before pressing buy.
That's the thing about playing this close to the edge. When it works, you look like a genius. When it doesn't, you look like a risk management slideshow waiting to happen.
And that sets the stage perfectly. Leaderboard already lit, volatility proven, big win numbers on the board. Any new trader logging in now is stepping straight into a live fire test.
Imagine being that first fresh name popping onto the dashboard, seeing plus 608 and plus 355 already there, and trying to decide between slow grind or full send in one shot.
4 hours plus to go. Big wins already logged. No big lost tombstones yet. This feels like the calm before a whole lot of plus 500 and minus 500 fireworks.
Strap in. If this is what the board looks like with trader count at zero, wait until the rest of the field logs on and starts fighting. This quiet dashboard is about to turn into pure chaos.
Every time MSFT hands Doc John roughly plus 965, TSLA shows up with a neat little minus 359 invoice. This isn't a hedge. This is a subscription to regret.
And climb is exactly what happened. Multiple 965 green blasts on Miss Fifth, turning a nasty negative start into a chunky plus 643 and change on the equity meter.
What's remarkable is the consistency. MSFT winners cluster around that 900 plus zone. Tesla losers huddle just under the big loss warning line, like a deliberate dance with danger.
But the equity curve isn't a smooth ramp. One moment he's scraping around minus 300, next he's almost 700 up. Then TSLA drags him back into the 600s again. It's whiplash territory.
You can almost hear the thought process. Misfit saved me once. It'll save me again. Right before TSLA reminds him that mean reversion doesn't care about feelings.
Roshan's signature move? A massive blast on SQQQ. 27,200 shares, plus 355. That is a freight train of inverse index power smashing through the stat screen.
From minus triple digits to a sturdy green stack on just a handful of SQQQ swings, Roshan is proving that sometimes the tournament is won not by volume, but by restraint.
Meanwhile, the dashboard insists trader count is zero, while these trades keep rolling in. This is like watching a ghost speed run the market, leaving only P&L numbers behind.
We're 140 plus minutes from the open, just over 4 hours from the bell, and every tick now shapes the story that will carry into the later tournament days.
For Doc John, this is a statement session. Multiple misfit touchdowns, TSLA fumbles, and still he's standing at roughly plus 640, proving that aggression can rewrite a whole day.
Think about that sequence. Negative 337, smash MSFT for plus 965. Suddenly you're sitting at plus 628. Then TSLA chops you back, and you just queue up the next 500 share missile.
On the Roshan side, two crisp SQQQ wins of 355 each turn a shaky start into a rock solid lead in the mid 200s. No fireworks, just sniper shots landing dead center.
Two radically different philosophies now share this canvas. One trader pressing attack until variance screams, the other stepping back as soon as the mission is accomplished.
We are deep enough into the session that one more $900 swing is massive. Every big order now isn't just a trade, it's a potential headline for the entire tournament day.
And with no fresh names joining the fray, it's basically a two-player card game where both decks are made of leverage and questionable life choices.
As the minutes tick toward the closing bell, the question isn't just who wins today, it's whose style will hold up when the inevitable cold streak arrives in a later round.
And if Roshan decides to reload that SQQQ cannon even once more before the bell, we could see another 27,000 share shockwave rip through the standings.
Two approaches, one arena, and hours still to play. Whether it's another MSFT eruption, a Tesla misstep, or an SQQQ supernova, this quiet-looking leaderboard is one trade away from chaos. Look at the pattern. Every loss carves out just under the big loss threshold. Every MSFT win rockets far beyond what one loser can erase. This is a coin flip system, but the coin is weighted toward fireworks. With the big win and big loss thresholds both sitting at 500, these plus 965 jolts aren't just good trades. They are oversized punches that can rewrite the entire shape of day 4 in a single candle.
But TSLA is lurking as the villain. Those losses hover just shy of the big loss mark, 400 shares a clip, stalking the bottom of that chart, waiting for one slip to turn a bruised day into a disaster movie.
Down in the quiet rows of the leaderboard, there's another story. Roshan Palan, hovering flat, tiny plus 10s and plus 5s, frozen in time, like someone paused their run in the opening chapter.
That contrast is wild, though. One trader scribbling all over the canvas with huge swings, the other barely touching the brush, and the scoreboard still doesn't know which philosophy is going to win this thing.
Remember, we're 146 minutes past the open, with more than 4 hours until the bell. Plenty of time for a dormant profile to explode, or a hot streak to implode under its own weight.
And the reward for that heroic rescue? Another TSLA entry that drags the total straight back down by 359. Like rescuing yourself from a fire just to light another candle next door.
What's remarkable is that even after this back and forth, the equity keeps orbiting that mid-600 zone, evidence of a strategy that is dangerous but mathematically tilted in favor of the upside.
This is the kind of session where the risk manager doesn't need a headset. They just need a pop-up that says, "Step away from the red ticker. We promise you're still a good person."
That's why every new order on the board feels like overtime. One more green over the threshold and the day becomes legendary. One oversized red and the whole staircase collapses.
Roshan's line, by contrast, is like a museum exhibit. Here we see a modest gain, preserved perfectly, untouched by the chaos of actually clicking buttons.
Picture it. Roshan finally unleashing a full-size strike while Doc John is already surfing wild swings. That's the clash this bracket is begging for in the back half of the tournament.
For now, though, the spotlight is glued to that lone active equity line, each spike and drop printing in real time on the dashboard. Every viewer counting in their head how many hits it takes to crack that plus 1,000 milestone.
That is the lure of this format. The board only shows ranks, P&L, and symbols, but behind every number is a heartbeat, a risk decision, and the question of whether to push or protect what's already been earned. Somewhere between now and the closing bell, someone is going to test that 500 loss line or shatter the 500 win ceiling. And when they do, this quiet middle chapter of day 4 will turn into the moment we all rewind to watch again. We've watched them climb out of holes, flip the account across zero again and again, and now they sit over 600 green, alone at the top of a tournament that hasn't even filled the lobby yet.
You know you're playing a different game when I was down 360 as just the setup line before, so I fixed it with $1,000 in profit on the next candle.
Run the tape. Red minus 300, minus 200, and then MSFT appears. One clean entry, one exit, plus 965 booked, and the entire day's narrative flips from damage control to dominance.
Tesla sees Doc John log in and just autofills. Minus 359. Thanks for playing. Same size, same loss. Like signing up for a loyalty program that only gives you red candles.
You can see it in the equity swings. Down 100, down 200, then a single plus 965, and bang, the curve launches straight through the big win line and plants a flag above 600 net.
One bad candle turning minus 350 into minus 550. and that comfortable lead evaporates faster than a risk disclaimer at the bottom of the screen.
We're 2.5 hours past the opening bell. 4 hours still to go, and that's the tension. This green cushion is both a shield and a siren song, inviting one more oversized push.
Minus 40 with zero trades showing is the ultimate tease. You're technically in the game, but right now you're just the before picture on the P&L graph.
One big push from Roshan, and suddenly, this isn't a solo act anymore. It becomes a duel. 600 green versus a fresh challenger storming in from the shadows.
Then they flip to TSLA with 400 shares and, surprise, it's minus 359 again. At this point, you could just label that button Donate instead of Sell.
From a risk-reward lens, though, it's almost clinical. Accept a controlled 300-plus loss in pursuit of nearly $1,000 wins, using size to stretch the gap between them.
And the timing has been wild. Big greens arriving right after deep reds, tearing the equity curve from negative to fully charged. No slow grind, just instant whiplash reversals.
So far, that rocket strategy is working. Several times the curve dipped red, only to be yanked back into solid green by one massive gain, leaving us with a net over 600 as we approach the afternoon stretch.
With big loss defined at minus 500, these minus 350 dings look safe, until one spread jump or fat finger turns them into the kind of candle that makes you reconsider hobbies.
If Doc John keeps landing those misfit sledgehammers, they're not just winning the day, they're setting a standard for how you abuse a big win threshold and turn it into a personal scoring system.
But every time Tesla comes back on the screen, you can almost hear the chat holding its breath. Is this the one that stays at minus 359 or the one that finally snaps the safety net?
If Roshan decides to enter the fray with size, that minus 40 could flip to a serious challenge in an instant, transforming this from a solo spectacle into a late-day showdown.
We've already seen accounts flip from deep red to high green. One more oversized gamble, one more monster fill, and this calm mid-session lull could explode into a full-blown tournament moment.
The math of the duel is brutal and elegant. MSFT delivering wins just under plus 1,000, TSLA shaving off mid-300s, and somehow the net result is Doc John planted in the mid-600s on the day.
You know you're playing spicy when your rescue trade is a plus 995 and your bad ideas only lose 359. This isn't risk management. It's stunt driving with a P&L readout.
But the danger lights are blinking. One of those TSLA hits drifts just a little further, and suddenly we're past that minus 500 big loss line, and the whole 600 cushion is gone in a single misstep.
We're sitting mid-session with more than 3.5 hours left to play, and there's already a highlight reel of near four-figure winners locked in. This is how leaderboards get warped before the closing bell even shows up.
Roshan hasn't thrown a single new punch in this window. No extra shares, no fresh tickets. Just sitting on that flat line while Doc John's curve looks like a cardiogram after 6 energy drinks.
Honestly, if you're watching this and thinking, yeah, I can definitely outswing a guy whose average win is basically a paycheck, you might want to double check which side of the risk curve you're on.
Remember, the symbol P&L threshold flags anything over 300 as significant, and both main weapons today, TSLA and MSFT, are blowing past that marker like it's just a warm-up stretch. We are one bad fill away from the story flipping. If a Tesla idea overshoots and lands past minus 500, the narrative becomes a fall from grace instead of a masterclass in recovery.
And with over 3 hours still on the clock, nobody holding this kind of P&L is going to just sit on their hands. Somebody is absolutely going to test that big loss floor before the bell rings.
That's the kind of pressure that makes people size up way too fast. No warm-up trades, just straight to, what if I full send this candle? And hope the risk manager went out for coffee.
Tournament days like this expose philosophy. Do you protect a 600 lead and grind the clock? Or do you lean into the volatility, hunting for that one more plus 900 swing that could lock the whole series?
And with volume spike alerts set at 1,000 shares, let's be honest, any serious comeback is going to look less like a nibble and more like a battering ram slamming into the order book.
Clock check. Over 2,500 minutes left in the event window, and all it takes is one gigantic misfire to etch our first true minus 500 meltdown into the highlight reel.
But flip that script and think about the upside. A perfectly timed misfit or Tesla breakout, sized just right, could catapult someone from off the grid straight into a four-figure cushion before the final day even gets close.
In a tournament scored by P&L, risk is the unseen opponent. MSFT has been the sword, TSLA the thorn, and every future click has to weigh those rolls against a ticking clock and a shrinking margin for error. For now, the board glows with the memory of earlier aggression, but every quiet minute is just the inhale before the next trader decides to test fate, the thresholds, and their own nerve once more. On the equity curve, it looks like a heartbeat monitor. Sharp drops when Tesla connects, then towering spikes when MSFT delivers another near 1,000-point surge, leaving Doc John hovering around 700 net.
Look at how fast these flips happened. One trade, 500 TSLA shares, boom, minus 359. Next sequence, 600 MSFT shares, bang, plus 995. And the score teleports from negative 400 to positive 600 in a flash.
Day 4 rolls on, with an empty lobby on paper, but behind the scenes the scoreboard tells a different tale. 2 traders have already written 30 chapters of pure volatility into this session.
And front and center is Doc John, absolutely detonating the board with those monster plus 995 punches on Misfit. Every time they click, it's like launching a financial cannon straight through the P&L column.
But every time they high five Misfit, Tesla slaps the hand away with a brutal minus 359. Same size, same sting, like a metronome of pain ticking across the screen.
TSLA really woke up today and chose direct debit. Thanks for your 500 share donation. We'll just auto-withdraw 359 from your emotions again.
That's why Misfit feels like a cheat code right now. 1 plus 995 swipe, and the equity line vaults from deep red to a comfy plus 600s, like someone just hit the reset and win button.
You know you're trading spicy when your before number is negative 400, and your plan is basically, one more press of the green button and we're fine.
And somehow, after all the red dips and green explosions, Doc John keeps landing in that sweet plus 600 neighborhood. This is a one trader highlight reel of comebacks.
Meanwhile, check out Roshan Palan, sitting flat, steady at plus 250, then plus 255, like they built a little profit bunker and slammed the door while the rest of the bracket catches fire.
Those quiet plus 250 and plus 255 snapshots might not scream for attention, but in a format where big loss territory starts around minus 500, boring green is secretly heroic.
At this point, Tesla isn't even a ticker for Doc John, it's a cover charge. You want back into the MSFT party? That'll be 359 per 500 shares, thanks.
So every single one of those plus 995 MSFT hits isn't just good, it's a full-blown home run event, each swing capable of rewriting the entire day's story in a heartbeat.
And all of this is happening while the official trader count still reads 0. On the surface, it's calm. Under the hood, it's a two-player knife fight with giant numbers.
Somewhere there's a lobby full of spectators thinking nothing's happening, while the P&L graph backstage looks like a lie detector during tax season.
We're 162 minutes past the open, with 228 left until the bell, and the narrative is already clear. This isn't about a crowded field. It's about who can best wield oversized risk without crossing that minus 500 disaster line.
The risk team drew a big red circle at minus 500 and said, "Don't cross this." These guys heard, "Aim near it repeatedly and see what happens."
And it all funnels through Misfit. 600 share blasts that trigger instant scoreboard earthquakes. The kind of volume that makes every green candle feel like a stadium roar.
From an early dip into the negatives to a solid mid-600s lead, the journey so far has been anything but smooth. But that's exactly what makes this leaderboard feel alive, even with so few names lighting it up.
And don't sleep on Roshan's plus 255 island. No fireworks, no drama, just clean green that forces any newcomer to swing big if they want to leapfrog into contention.
But that's the lure of this format. One decisive moment, one perfectly timed entry, and a name can rocket from invisible to legendary before the clock even hits the final hour. Follow the trail and you see it clearly. Every big swing in the log belongs to Doc John, hammering away on Tesla and MSFT, building a reputation one oversized decision at a time.
But then the comeback story hits. Miss Fifth lights up, 600 shares, plus 995. And the whole account whips from a small red hole straight into the 600's green.
Watch that equity line. One moment buried around minus 300, next moment a plus 995 spike on MSFT, and suddenly the scoreboard is screaming mid 600s.
Remember the thresholds. Around 500 counts as a monster move in this format. And Doc John is logging individual trades near 1,000. Every click is double-sized danger and double-sized opportunity.
And yet, look at the repetition. TSLA for minus 359 here, minus 359 there, 500 shares, same size, same sting, like a hotkey mapped to pain.
In the middle of that storm, Roshan Palan appears in the log like a statue. Balance nudging from 140 to 150 to 250, then just holding, untouched by the chaos. Strategically, it's fascinating. One trader leverages huge positive expectancy per win. The other leans on preserved capital. Aggression versus conservation in a field that's otherwise empty.
Of course, the phrase "one giant trade" usually translates to "I didn't feel like managing risk today." But hey, that's how highlight reels and horror stories both get made.
Look how it plays out. Another TSLA hit drags the score down toward the mid 600s, and instantly, MSFT slams back with plus 995, yanking the line right back up like a bungee cord.
That 995 burst is a full tier 4 play. It's double the big win bar. It erases an entire losing sequence. It's the kind of swing that makes the whole lobby sit up and stare at Misfits.
You can feel how tight the margin is. Win rate doesn't have to be perfect when your winners are almost triple your losers. But a single oversized miss and the math flips instantly.
Right now, though, the numbers hold. Doc John sitting around the mid 600s. Roshan guarding a smaller but pristine gain, both well above the flat line as the middle of the session unfolds.
If someone does jump in, watch Misfit and Tesla. They're already proven to move the needle by nearly a grand per decision. One mistimed chase there, and it's tournament ending territory.
4 days into this tournament, and today's tape already feels like a playoff game. Huge swings locked in, a ghost lobby on the active list, and a scoreboard begging for one more hero to take a shot.
And somewhere out there, Dog John is eyeing that PNL, up 600 plus, staring at the clock, wondering if there's one more all in push hiding before the bell.
Roshan, by contrast, is the portrait of restraint. No new trades in the log, just that steady profit line waiting to see whether patience or aggression carries the day. Day 4, deep into the New York session, and somehow this bracket looks deserted on the surface. But the event tape is telling us there's a one-man war going on in here.
And look at this blast. On Misfit, Doc John rips nearly plus 1,000 in one shot, catapulting the account from negative 384 to plus 611 like a full field return.
So the playbook is simple. Let MSFT pay the rent, then let TSLA kick in the door and ask where all the money went.
Make no mistake though, those Misfit wins at plus 995 a swing are massive, comfortably cresting that 500 big win watermark every time they land.
You can feel the whiplash. Down near flat, instant pop to the mid 600s, snap bat lower, then another rocket. The PNL graph might as well be a heartbeat monitor.
Meanwhile, off to the side of all that chaos, Roshan Palan sits almost perfectly unchanged, plus 140, plus 185, plus 145. No trades, no drama, just a quiet stack.
That's the crazy contrast.
Roshan's strategy right now is
We've got
basically
one player throwing
let the other guy
haymakers
stress test the
for nearly
volatility
$1,000 a
while I
punch,
babysit 3 digits
and
and sip
Roshan
coffee.
just guarding
And
a
remember,
modest
we're still
green
hours
cushion
from the closing
like
bell.
it's championship
One
point.
surge, one slip,
The
and that safe
thresholds
little
loom
buffer could
large
either
here.
double or vanish before
500
anyone
in
blinks.
either direction marks a
Every
true
fresh
tournament
Misfit
scale
winner
swing,
for Doc
and we've
John
already seen
isn't just a
repeated
nice
shots
trade.
clearing that bar on
It's
the
a
upside.
full-scale
But
big
the
win
downside
event,
risk is always hovering.
the kind that
One
would
oversized
headline
TSLA entry
most
and a
traders'
minus
entire
359 can
month.
yank that 600 cushion
This is the
right back
classic.
toward the danger
Either I
zone
print a
in
banner or I
seconds.
punt the lead
Notice the
approach.
pattern in the
No
numbers.
small trims, just full commitment to
995
emotional
up,
cardio.
That
then
creates these breathtaking step
372
moves,
or
huge leaps
359
from
down.
small red
It's
to solid
controlled in
green in a
size,
single
but
click,
violent in
like skipping
effect.
half the ladder in one move.
It's almost a rhythm now. Bang, up to 650. Whack, back toward 300. Bang again, mid 600s. The volatility junkies in chat would be mashing the replay button on this feed.
And through all of that, Roshan's P&L line looks like it fell asleep. No extra trades, no extra risk. Just a gentle plateau around the mid-hundreds like a parked car on the freeway.
It's a fascinating duel of philosophies. Roshan preserving capital with surgical stillness, while Doc John uses raw aggression to carve out position after position on the board.
And that's what makes this window so fun. Every big green burst from the aggressive side doesn't just add dollars, it challenges the conservative player to come off the sideline and answer back.
We're about 170 minutes past the open. Over 3.5 hours still to swing. This isn't late game yet. There's enough time for a full comeback or a full meltdown.
What's remarkable is how often the account snaps back to that 600-plus zone. Time and again, the big winners rebuild the lead almost from scratch.
And remember, symbol PNL over 300 pops on the radar in this format. These repeated near $1,000 punches are way beyond that. They are full-on scoreboard earthquakes.
But whether the counter shows it or not, these logs are writing the story of day 4. Aggression carving out a lead, while patience waits, calculating the exact moment to strike.
If Roshan ever decides to fire another shot, that plus 140 to 85 cushion could be the launch pad for a late session surge straight toward that 500 milestone.
We've seen enough tournaments to know how that movie usually ends. Either the hero walks away on top, or they stick around for just one more scene and watch the credits roll on their P&L.
Buckle in. The next big green spike or crushing red slip could be the moment that defines not just today's leaderboard, but the entire arc of this tournament run.
But the raw movement today belongs to Doc John, slicing through the tape with repeated swings of nearly $1,000 between the worst drawdown and the current cushion.
But right now, the scoreboard is loud. Doc John up more than 600 on the day. That's clear control of this tiny field, a full tier above any other contender in sight.
And how do you achieve that? Easy. Take a nice comfy balance near a grand, carve out a 300-plus loss in one swing, then pray the next click doesn't finish the job.
That's the story of that minus 370 blast. One heavy position, one bad move, and boom. Equity drops from 983 down to 611 in a single shot.
That's the kind of vertical move that defines a tournament day. Drop 300 in a heartbeat, then unleash a near 4-figure rally to reclaim the lead like nothing happened.
And all of this is happening with almost no one else on the board. Trader count basically reading 0, while one account plays both hero at the same time.
Credit where it's due. Roshan's tiny adjustments from 225 down to 180, back up to 185, show absolute respect for survival in a field where one trade can erase days of work.
Meanwhile, the scoreboard gap is massive. Doc John's 600 plus lead versus Roshan's sub 200 cushion. That's a full tier difference in firepower if either one decides to re enter the arena.
Imagine the chaos if Doc John fires another full-size play. One more big green strike, and this turns from a lead into a landslide, a full-blown blowout on the daily leaderboard.
But if that next big swing is red, if we see another 300 plus loss, That 600 edge melts away, and the big loss siren starts blaring over the entire session.
We've already seen Doc John walk that tightrope, a count in the red at minus 384, then clawing all the way back to plus 611, a $1,000 climb from valley to peak inside a single arc.
Volume spike threshold's 1,000 shares and we're sitting just under it. So instead of a proper volume alert, we get a quiet little message that just says, careful, that's how it starts.
We are one oversized position away from fireworks. Either a new peak that blows past today's highs, or a catastrophic slide that drags the whole contest back toward even.
Somewhere Roshan is watching this and thinking, yeah, I'm good right here with my quiet 185, thanks. You can keep the cardiac events.
2 play styles, 1 scoreboard. Fearless aggression riding a 600-point edge, and disciplined caution defending barely a third of that. Both still very much alive, with the clock far from zero.
If Doc John can stack even one more strong winner on top of this, that plus 600 turns into a runaway train. Suddenly, everyone chasing needs multiple big win-sized trades just to catch up.
Look at this tape. Tesla hits bang, minus 372 in one swing. That's 900 shares vaporized like it was a tiny test order.
But then the comeback cannon fires. Misfit blasts almost plus 995, instantly flipping that equity line from deep negative to a glowing 600 plus gain.
That single surge doesn't just repair the damage, it defines the session, turning a potential disaster into a commanding lead with one decisive push of the button.
Still, you have to respect the bravery. 600 shares of MSFT, nearly $1,000 of profit. That's a big win level strike that plants Doc John firmly in front.
Step back and the pattern is clear. This is a 2-symbol duel inside one account. High beta punishment on one side and big cap redemption on the other.
TSLA, meanwhile, is just standing there with 800 plus share clips like, oh, you thought you were done bleeding. Cute.
Minutes tick away. 178 past the open, just over 200 left before the bell. And there is still so much runway for this equity curve to either soar or explode.
Big loss threshold sitting at minus 500, and Doc John keeps dancing just below it like a dare, then sprinting away with a 900 plus save. This is gambling with extra steps.
And then there's Roshan Palan, frozen at plus 225. No new orders, just a quiet green mark holding steady while the rest of the feed goes wild.
But you know the tension building. Roshan sitting on that green, watching Doc John's P&L flicker like a strobe light. One more surge, and that quiet lead might not be enough anymore.
We may not see a crowded leaderboard, but the clash of styles is unmistakable. One trader static and cautious, one swinging for the fences on nearly every click.
Check the sizing. 800 shares on TSLA, again and again, for a consistent minus 372 smack. That's a full-size bullet, not some tiny scout gone wrong.
Then flip the chart. 600 shares of MSFT throwing down nearly $1,000 in profit, repeatedly hauling Doc John from negative territory back to that 600 plus summit.
And remember, symbol PNL over 300 is already flagged as significant. Every one of these TSLA hits and MSFT saves is way past that. This is pure high tier volatility.
30 events already, mid-session, and the scoreboard is anything but calm. Every new candle could launch another near $1,000 swing out of nowhere.
For Doc John, that means every fresh order from here on out carries real tournament weight. One more slip the size of those Tesla hits, and the whole cushion can disappear.
But if they land another misfit style punch, another near 1,000 spike, that 611 could explode into a runaway lead by the closing bell.
At some point, that cursor has to move again. Does Roshan press for the big win threshold over 500? Or guard that modest edge and trust chaos to take care of the rest?
Stay locked in. If another huge miss rescue or brutal Tesla smack hits this feed, it's going to feel like a last second goal every single time.
And right in the middle of that glow is Doc John, ripping a huge green play on MSFT, catapulting almost $1,000 from the depths straight into the money.
Remember, that win doesn't come from comfort. It comes from crawling out of a negative hole so deep, the risk alarms were basically screaming every time Misfit ticked.
Look at the whiplash. Big green on Miss Fifth, immediate smackdown on TSLA. Over and over. This isn't a trading plan. This is a live fire stress test on Doc John's heart rate.
Functionally, Doc John is playing coin flip gladiator. Huge size, huge risk, trusting that the winners outweigh the losers before the clock runs out.
You can see the pattern. Tesla hits, balance drops by hundreds. Then instantly a fresh order goes through. Like Doc John's hotkeys are wired straight to adrenaline instead of logic.
And yet, Misfit keeps bailing it out. Another gigantic win, another leap over that 500 frontier. Doc John surfing the edge of the big win threshold like it's nothing.
While all that chaos unfolds, Roshan Palan sits quietly on a modest gain, untouched by the storm, almost meditative in contrast to Doc John's all-or-nothing brawling.
Roshan's game plan right now is peak minimalism. Enter, make money, then refuse to engage in whatever demolition derby the leader's running in the corner.
And that's what makes this so wild. The scoreboard is moving like crazy, but Roshan's line is flat, untouched, just waiting for one big decision to either close the gap or vanish from contention.
And then there's Siddharth Pradeep, pinned at a tiny red number, neither pushing nor folding, just hovering at the edge of the arena, watching the fireworks from the sidelines.
Look at the pattern print on MSFT. Again and again, a single trade, 600 shares, bang, plus almost a grand. The equity curve spiking like a heartbeat on turbo mode.
At this point, Tesla is less a ticker and more a subscription service where Doc John pays $370 for the privilege of learning the same lesson repeatedly.
Yet somehow, after all those red hits, the account is still flying in green territory. His fifth string of huge wins has turned Doc John into the undisputed boss of this bracket right now.
And remember, trader count on the live stat board is technically 0. This whole circus is being run by a handful of people, which makes every spike look 10 times louder on the dashboard.
And the scoreboard message so far is clear. Caution is optional, drama is mandatory. At least according to whoever's in charge of those monster swings at the top.
But that also means one ugly misfire could erase hours of perfect timing. When your cushion is built on a stack of massive trades, the downside is just as huge.
For Roshan, the puzzle is simpler but heavier. Does one decisive surge justify stepping into this whirlwind, or is patience the only edge left against a leader this volatile?
One more massive candle, one more oversized position, and we could be talking about a swing that jumps not just numbers, but entire ranks in a single heartbeat.
This is only day 4 of 11, yet the tone has been set. Aggression is rewarded, hesitation is invisible, and the latter favors those willing to risk being a legend or a warning label.
All eyes stay glued to Doc John's column. Every refresh, every tick could be the moment this fragile lead explodes into an untouchable gap or collapses into a spectacular implosion.
The latter is quiet, but the tension is loud. Every minute that passes without a new challenger makes the current leader both safer and more tempted to press the edge again.
But every time Misfit handed out a trophy, Tesla walked in with the bill. Minus 372, 372, 372. Like the market put him on a payment plan for bad timing.
And somehow, after all those collisions, Doc John claws his way back to a 600 plus cushion, turning an early hole into a scoreboard that still screams contender.
Contrast that with Roshan Palan, sitting at plus 220, completely untouched. No fresh trades, no drama, just a quiet green number holding its ground.
And then you've got Siddharth Pradeep, just hovering around flat, plus 150 at one point, then barely below zero, like they dipped a toe in and yanked it back the moment the water moved.
But sitting flat in a high volatility arena is its own flex. Siddharth is basically saying, I'll wait for my pitch, while the others already swung for the fences.
That's why the swings feel so violent. One side of the book is printing oversized W's, the other side is throwing haymakers back, and the net result is a P&L that can flip mood in a single candle.
But you can't argue with impact. Every time that plus 995 hit on Miss Fifth, it was a highlight reel moment, rocketing the total from deep red into serious contender territory.
But every TSLA entry was walking a tightrope. Minus 372 on repeat, and you just know if one of those had slipped to minus 500, the whole day would have flipped from hero to horror show instantly.
And remember, we're only a little past the halfway mark of today's window. 200 plus minutes still left on the clock, and plenty of room for another trader to step in and fire a game-changing shot.
Tournament-wise, this is just day 4 of 11. The cushions being built now are more than intraday bragging rights. They're armor for the closing stretch next week.
Of course, the flip side is brutal. One oversized loser past that 500 line, and your carefully crafted armor turns into a historical footnote in about 3 seconds.
Siddharth's tape, meanwhile, is all about restraint. Popping up to plus 150, drifting back to break even, and refusing to let small fluctuations snowball into real damage.
That's an opening for any latecomer. Walk in, drop a single trade bigger than 500 in either direction, and you instantly rewrite the leaderboard and steal the spotlight from these early grinders.
You can almost script it. Someone sees those earlier plus 900 plus wins, dials up the size, and suddenly the candle goes the wrong way, and the dashboard lights up bright red past minus 500.
If that happens to anyone, though, you'd bet on it being the one juggling misfit rockets and Tesla landmines all day. The market loves punishing the bravest hotkey finger in the room.
But if Doc John keeps threading that needle, letting Miss do the heavy lifting while keeping Tesla from detonating, this 600 plus pad can snowball into a tournament defining edge.
And Siddharth is the wild card, sitting near zero, almost no damage. One solid read away from leaping straight from the shadows into the top of the board with a single well-sized push.
Either we're about to see a late session masterpiece or someone's going to teach a live fire seminar on why the big loss threshold exists. Either way, keep that risk window in the corner of your eye. And then there's the TSLA side of the story. Repeated minus 370-ish slaps, same 900 share size, like a choose-your-own-adventure where every page says, you get smoked again.
Those Miss Fifth winners are tournament defining, plus 995 from the depths of red, again and again. That's not a little bounce, that's full-on comeback mode.
TSLA keeps handing out the same minus 370 ticket, and Doc John just keeps going back to the window. At this point, it's less a strategy and more a loyalty program.
That final Miss Fifth rip from negative 382 to plus 613 is a monster. One swing, almost a full grand, and suddenly Doc John is skating well above the danger zone.
Remember, big loss threshold is 500, and these Tesla hits are flirting with that. One or two more missteps, and this whole green story could have flipped straight into a disaster reel.
Across the bracket, Roshan Palan tells a very different story. No flailing, just a handful of calculated shots on SQQQ that drag the equity from the red into the mid-200s and then freeze there.
Most people discover they can push 43,000 shares of a leveraged ETF and immediately try it 5 more times. Roshan actually stops after banking the gain, which is frankly rude to the content.
Leaderboard wise, that's huge. Roshan leaps from almost nothing to a clean green buffer near 320, staking out second place in a field that barely exists today.
The trader count on the dashboard says 0, but the logs show 1,000-share swings and multi-hundred P&L jumps. Apparently the ghosts in this tournament came pre-funded.
We're roughly 3 hours past the open, with more than 3 left before the bell, and the story so far is clear. Huge individual swings, but very few players willing to step onto the stage.
Every misfit entry from negative P&L is a cliff jump. Dip the account down to -3, 4, 5, slam in 600 shares, and pray that the next candle yanks you back into the light.
Quietly, in the background, Siddharth Pradeep sits flat at 150. No new trades, no fresh damage. Choosing patience while the others test the edges of their risk limits.
We're only on day 4 of 11. 200 minutes left today, and you can almost feel some unseen contender waiting to drop a 500-plus swing and blow up this calm leaderboard.
Symbol by symbol, you can feel the gravity. Tesla as the punisher, MSFT as the savior, SQQQ as the lever that can flip a day in one decisive move.
Imagine being Doc John right now, knowing one more MSFIT entry could push that 700-plus day into 4 figures. But also, one more TSLA misread could nuke half the gains in a heartbeat.
Day 4, deep into the middle stretch, and the board has boiled down to a strange duel. One ghost-riding tech momentum, the other surfing leveraged volatility. And the system still swears nobody's here.
Of course, every time TSLA gets involved, it rips 370 straight out of him like clockwork. Congratulations, you've speed round the definition of a love-hate relationship with a ticker.
From negative 200 plus to roughly plus 785. This isn't just a green day. That's a full-blown comeback drive down the entire field.
On the other side
Roshan
of this
lines up
invisible arena
SQQQ,
sits
40
Roshan
plus
Palan,
thousand shares,
rarely
and
clicking,
detonates a
but every
single
time he
trade
does,
for around
the
plus
equity curve jumps
495,
like someone flipped a
instantly
switch.
vaulting the P&L
48,000
to almost
SQQQ,
500
then
green.
44,000 SQQQ,
The system
then
says
another
1,000 shares
43,000
is a spike.
SQQQ. Every
Roshan
button
heard
press
that
is
and
40
replied
times
with,
the volume spike line.
"Cool,
This
I
is
brought
not
a
a drill.
logistics department for my
And yet,
SQQQ order."
despite that extreme
Roshan now
size,
parked
the
around plus
damage never
495
comes.
on the session,
The
effectively
SQQQ
maxing the
entries keep
P&L
landing
bar
clean,
off a handful
pushing
of
his day
precision
from
swings.
slightly negative into
That's
the low
tournament level
500s,
discipline,
then
but
settling into the
demolition level
mid
size.
4s.
And then, after those massive pushes, the log just goes quiet. No more orders, no more noise, just a flat line with a fat green number frozen on the board.
Hit the market with 40+ thousand shares, grab nearly $500, then uninstall the trade button for the rest of the window. Roshan basically rage quit in profit.
Remember, the big win line is drawn at 500, and both of our ghosts are brushing right up against it without crossing into the danger zone of a brutal give back.
And he did it while tanking TSLA again and again. Minus 370, minus 370. Each one a halfway ticket to the big loss threshold that he somehow dodges by inches.
We're more than 3 hours past the opening bell, a little over 3 before the close, and the story of day 4 is already etched into the tape. Aggression, recovery, and then eerie silence.
Leaderboard wise, it's a 2-man highlight reel. Doc John sitting on a monster cushion near plus 800. Roshan cruising in the mid 400s. Both miles ahead of anyone not brave enough to click.
Symbol by symbol, the pattern is clear. MSFT is Doc John's engine, delivering repeated, near four-figure bursts of green that overpower the drag from every other decision.
Meanwhile, SQQQ becomes Roshan's entire personality. Giant single bursts, 40 plus thousand share clips, PNL spiking from red to nearly plus 500 in 2 taps. It's like watching a bank heist in fast forward.
One paints the chart with constant explosions, the other fires a couple of perfectly timed cannons and walks away with the lead.
And the crazy part? We're still almost 3.5 hours from the closing bell. Plenty of time for someone to turn a comfortable green day into a horror story with one oversized click.
Big loss threshold sitting there at minus 500 like a trapdoor, just waiting for the first overconfident breakout chaser to test its structural integrity.
If the rest of the bracket wakes up, this is the bar they must clear. Outtrade a 700-plus recovery and a 500-point SQQQ ambush without tripping that red zone threshold. For now, though, Day 4 belongs to two unseen contenders whose trades still echo across the dashboard. Doc John and Roshan, setting a brutal standard for anyone bold enough to log in next.
Yeah, casually flipping minus 200 into plus 800 with a single swing. Most people grind 10 points. This guy just takes the elevator straight past.
And it's not a one-off. Multiple blasts, each close to 1,000, have turned what should have been a disaster into a statement. When Doc John swings, the scoreboard shakes.
Look at the rhythm. Blast for plus 995, then tag in for minus 370. Back and forth. The equity curve just whipsawing like a roller coaster with no brakes.
Mathematically, though, the edge is clear. Wins near plus 1,000, losses capped around minus 370. If his hit rate stays even modest, this approach can vault him into trophy range by tournament end.
You can almost see the replay. Deep in the hole, one monster win. Equity whooshes into the green zone. Then quick jabs try to stretch it further, threatening to yank it back. Pure adrenaline trading.
Across the board, Roshan Palan has taken a very different path. Measured, repeatable wins on turning early wobble into a controlled climb that now sits just above the 500 mark.
And those trades weren't tiny. 51 to 56,000 shares firing at a time. Yet each hit delivered clean mid-hundreds in PNL, like a professional scalper threading a needle with a chainsaw.
Notice the pattern. Multiple entries, each win landing around plus 500, each exit followed by calm, flat time. This is tactical engagement, not endless overtrading.
And the size is insane. Over 50,000 shares flying around. Yet the PNL swings still look controlled. That's like drifting a semi-truck through a hairpin and not hitting a single cone.
Everybody says size kills. Roshan shows up with 50,000 shares and just quietly walks away with rent money and no drama. Kind of ruins the cautionary tales.
Do not sleep on that plus 155. If Siddharth decides to step in now, he's launching from a green platform, while the heavy hitters are already emotionally taxed from earlier battles.
But a single minus 372 isn't a tombstone. It's a fork in the road. From here, Karthika can either double down into chaos or regroup and hunt for one clean recovery shot.
We're just over 3 hours into the session, with more than 3 left on the clock. And these kinds of numbers this early mean one thing. Any fresh entry can swing the entire bracket with a single perfect trade.
Each time, or SQQQ, lights up on the board, it's not just another ticker. It's a potential plus 1,000 explosion or a minus 500 crater waiting to happen.
Leaderboard says trader count 0. PNL says someone definitely rage-clicked 50,000 shares of SQQQ earlier. The system is basically gaslighting us in real time.
So if you're watching this dashboard, don't blink. One more, cannon. One more, overloaded, rocket, or one mistimed, dive, and the whole ranking order could flip like a last second goal.
We are deep into day 4. The board insists there are 0 traders left, and yet the tape is screaming a three-way saga across Tesla, MSFT, and SQQQ, like ghosts refusing to log out.
On the other side, Roshan Palan is speedrunning SQQQ with sniper precision. Tiny starting stack, one clean hit, boom, suddenly sitting on more than 500 in the bank.
500 plus on SQQQ in one swing, with 57,000 shares flying. That is a full-blown touchdown. Confetti, marching band, the whole arena lighting up green.
And he keeps coming back. Hit SQQQ for plus 505. Reset. Flat. Then another plus 505. This is like a macro short squeeze turned into a cash machine on repeat.
Roshan is playing SQQQ like a championship closer. Step in, fire 50 plus thousand shares, lock a 500-point spike, walk right back to the bench with the lead.
Meanwhile, Karthika hits SQQQ for minus 372, 3,000 shares. One shot. That's not a hedge. That's a donation to the volatility gods.
And it hits more than once. SQQQ. Same 3000 share ticket. Same minus 372 crater. This is copy paste pain on a leveraged ETF.
For Karthika, every SQQQ entry so far is a near big loss red candle. And if that continues, this isn't just variance, it's a leak that can sink an entire tournament run.
But the crazy part is the courage. Taking repeated swings on SQQQ after a chunk like minus 372 lands, that's stepping back onto the field after a hard tackle.
Back to Doc John. The TSLA logs are brutal. 900 shares, minus 372, again and again, like he bound a hotkey to instant body shot on that ticker.
TSLA is basically charging him a 372 cover charge every time he walks in. No bottle service, no VIP, just a guaranteed debit on the account.
You can feel the whiplash. Tesla hits him down to around 803, then Misfit rockets it right back to 829. It's like watching the PNL play tug of war with his blood pressure.
Day 4, deep in the session, and the so-called empty bracket is actually a ghost replay of 3 traders throwing haymakers at the screen earlier today. Front and center is Doc John, carving a wild path between punishment and redemption, bouncing from heavy red into solid green as if the equity curve were a trampoline.
Look at that final tally for the replay. Doc John storms out of the chaos, sitting around 889 on the day, turning what started as a disaster reel into a highlight package.
Scroll that tape and it's just shock after shock. One moment buried under losses, the next moment teleported back to green. This PNL curve looks like a hard monitor during a sprint test.
The pattern is unmistakable. Brutal red hits in one ticker, then a single massive green trade in another, flipping the script in an instant like a plot twist in the final chapter.
You can almost hear the button mashing. One oversized entry, take the hit, then immediately slam back in with another full blast setup on a different name, praying the next candle pays for the last mistake.
Every time the equity dips back towards zero, Doc John fires again. Bang! Another monster green. And suddenly, that cushion near 900 comes roaring back like a breakaway dunk.
Down the board, Roshan Palan quietly loads into the tape, flipping from flat into solid green, with a single decisive strike that pulls more than 500 straight out of the market.
And look at the size behind that move. Tens of thousands of shares ripping through the tape in one burst. A full volume spike that just bulldozes the quiet scoreboard.
The impressive part is the restraint. After that explosive entry, Roshan holds the line, finishes the window locked at 7:15 green, and refuses to donate it back to volatility. In sharp contrast, Karthika Suresh appears in the log as a cautionary tale, multiple entries, all showing the same painful number, slowly etching a steady red line into the bracket. It never quite crosses the official big loss line, but those repeated cuts are tournament-level damage for a single name, a slow bleed instead of one knockout punch.
Back to our main protagonist. Every time Doc John tags in the green with a near $1,000 win, the scoreboard lights up, turning a shaky morning into a commanding afternoon cushion.
It's pure whiplash. Minus 370 here, plus 995 there. The net snapping from bruised to booming in a single shot. This is not a P&L curve. This is a seismograph.
Honestly, it looks like a dare. How close can I park this loss to minus 500 without actually tripping the big loss alarm? Followed by, okay, now watch this huge green save me.
Strategically, it's a razor's edge, letting one symbol handle the punishment while another provides emergency lifelines, trusting that the big winners will keep arriving on schedule. Context matters. The big win and big loss lines are both drawn at 500, and we're seeing trades that nearly double that on the green side, while skimming just under it on the red.
And the volume choices are hilarious. Tiny fields overall. Then suddenly someone shoves tens of thousands of shares through one trade like they're trying to personally move the market by hand.
If this is what the tape looks like when the leaderboard is almost empty, imagine the chaos when a full field is firing big win-sized trades at the same time. This tournament is just getting warmed up.
We've already seen one trader yo-yo nearly a grand at a time, another blast a giant winner and vanish, and the third quietly leak red. This is the full emotional spectrum, and we're not even at the closing bell yet.
The beauty of this format is that every click is public math. Risk, reward, and discipline all etched into the same scoreboard for everyone to study, cheer, or wince at in real time. For now, the replay tells a clear story. Big swings, bold bets, and a handful of names proving that in this tournament, you don't need a crowd of traders to create a world-class spectacle.
And front and center in that story is Roshan Palan, detonating a monster plus 715 on SQQQ, turning one trade into a full-blown highlight reel.
58,000 shares of SQQQ for plus 715. Sure, why tiptoe when you can just body slam your buying power straight into an inverse ETF?
That's a scoreboard slam. Roshan hits plus 715 on SQQQ. And in a bracket this thin, that's like walking into an empty gym and shattering the backboard on the first dunk.
On the other side of this story sits Doc John, weaving a very different tapestry, alternating stinging losses with towering wins, a true volatility tightrope.
Look at that misfit sequence. Down around minus 100, blink, plus 995, and suddenly we're printing 850, 870, 880 PNL like a heartbeat on fast forward.
Only in this tournament is the phrase, I was down 100 so I grabbed near a grand on misfit, considered a reasonable adjustment to plan.
Mathematically, those plus 995 MSFT hits dwarf the pain from the smaller losers. This is a playbook built on letting big winners carry an entire session on their shoulders.
TSLA sees 900 shares from Doc John and just auto-debits 370. No alert, no warning. Just thank you for your donation to the Red Candle Fund.
It's a striking contrast. Tesla carves almost identical losses each time, while MSFT delivers nearly $1,000 bursts. Few trades, huge asymmetry, massive emotional load.
This is the rare strategy where I lost 373 separate times, sits next to, I'm still up near 900. And somehow both statements are true and intentional.
Meanwhile, down the board, Karthika Suresh steps in on SQQQ with 3,000 shares and eats a minus 372, a sharp reminder that leverage cuts both ways.
3000 SQQQ shares isn't tiny either. That's a real swing. And minus 372 in one shot instantly shoves Karthika into the red with almost no time to react.
Taken together, these three names sketch the meta of this event. Giant, concentrated bets on a few tickers, each one capable of rewriting the leaderboard with a single fill.
You don't need a risk manager to tell you you're spicy when your normal loser is 370, and the official disaster threshold is only a little further down the elevator shaft.
If Doc John comes back and drops just one more misfit nuke, we're talking four-figure P&L and a tournament statement. This is the kind of line that ends up on promo reels.
For Karthika, though, the mission's simple. Step back from that SQQQ minus 370, regroup, and maybe stop treating Roshan's position size as a suggested serving.
Strategically, whoever returns first has a clear roadmap. Lean back into the symbols that paid. MSFT for Doc John, SQQQ for Roshan, and leave the problem children alone.
We've already seen plus 715 and plus 995 masterpieces. There is absolutely room for one last monster play to crash through the big win bar before this window ends.
But then you see TSLA right next to it, quietly peeling off about minus 370 a shot, like a service fee for the privilege of hitting those MSFT jackpots.
Every misfit win is nearly double the big win threshold, while every Tesla loss sits just under the big loss danger line. That is deliberate edge skating at the outer rail of acceptable risk.
It's like a loop. TSLA hits, equity dips to the 800s, MSFT slams, equity rockets back toward 930. This is not a curve, it's a heartbeat monitor on maximum leverage.
Look at that SQQQ hammer. 59,000 plus shares, ripping a plus 715 move. That's not a trade. That's a freight train, plowing straight through the volatility floor.
Volume thresholds at 1000 shares, and Roshan is blasting nearly 60,000 per entry. Every single click here is 60 separate traders full size rolled into one shot.
And he does it with a straight face. Start a little below zero, punch one SQQQ ticket. Suddenly you're flirting with 700 green like it was always the plan.
That's a statement play. Slam SQQQ for a tournament size plus 715. Park it at 710 and basically say, scoreboard set. Who wants to chase this?
Two traders, one symbol. Roshan pulls a plus 715 touchdown. Karthika logs a neat little stack of minus 370 slips. That's the textbook definition of being on the wrong side of the ladder.
The crazy part is the scale. Both Misfit and SQQQ are putting up moves way past that 300 symbol P&L threshold. So every click on those tickers is highlight reel eligible by default.
Look at one stretch. Tesla drags Doc John down from around 1300 to the 900s. Then MSFT yanks it right back toward 930. The swings are 400 plus within just a couple of trades.
Imagine loading in and seeing a plus 900 anchor and a plus 700 backup. This lobby is screaming, bring a 500 rip or don't even queue.
Roshan's choice to sit flat after that SQQQ surge is fascinating. No chase, no overtrade, just guarding 700 like a fortress, while the rest of the field is invited to overextend.
In Doc John, still the chaos engine. Tesla rips the account down from over 1300. MSFT blasts it back. Then Tesla swipes again. The PNL line is bouncing between 800 and 1300 like it's on springs.
The scoreboard might say trader count 0, but the P&L curves say otherwise. Someone has clearly been using this empty lobby as a personal stress test for their risk appetite.
And because it's mid-tournament, day 4 of 11, every one of these plus 700 and plus 900 plays doesn't just win today. It warps the baseline for the rest of the series.
We're not talking about scraping 20s here. We've got MIST and SQQQ printing moves that individually clear the 500 big win bar. These are drive-changing, leaderboard-bending swings. So buckle in. If anyone spins back into Misfit, Tesla, or SQQQ with these stakes on the line, we're one more monster candle away from another tournament-defining touchdown on the P&L board.
No packed
And
leaderboard,
front and center
no
is
swarm of
Doc John,
scalpers,
unloading
just a
600
handful of
share
heavy
blasts on
swings
Misfit,
carving huge
ripping out
dents into
nearly
the
1,000
P&L
points a clip.
as the clock
These aren't
grinds
trades.
toward the
These are
close.
scoreboard
You blink and
detonations on
Misfit fires
command.
another plus
Think about the
995.
psychology.
600 shares
Those
in. Boom.
MSFT
Equity
wins
teleports
don't
from
just
negative
cross the
territory
big
to
win
almost a grand,
threshold.
like
They
somebody just
rebuild
toggled
an
God mode on
entire
the
day
PNL bar.
in a single heartbeat,
If you're wondering why
turning
the
deep
risk
red
teams choose
stress
ice for
into
breakfast, it's
confident
because people
green
like Doc
in
John
one
keep pressing
swing.
600 share
But the other
MSFT
half of
nukes
this
and
saga
saying, yeah,
is
I'm sure this
TSLA.
candle's friendly.
900
Look at that
share
pattern.
swings for
TSLA
roughly
yanks
minus
Doc John from
370
around
a shot.
1300 down into the
Every red
900s
print,
in
a
one
body
900
blow
share
that
stab.
rattles the whole
It's like the stock
scoreboard.
yanks the rug and
The
the PNL
math is
free falls through
ruthless
the
but
floor.
elegant.
And
One
somehow,
MSFT
through that
win
chaos,
pays for
Doc
about
John
2,
keeps clawing
nearly
back to
3
around the
of those
plus
heavy
900 mark,
TSLA
taking those
punches.
hits,
So the
landing
entire
those
equity
haymakers,
curve
and
becomes a
still
duel
standing near the
between
top of this
patience
lonely
and
bracket.
punishment.
Watch the flip. One TSLA shot drags Doc from about 1296 down into the low 900s. Then MSFT snaps back with plus 995 and the whole balance yo-yos from negative to nearly a grand ahead again.
This isn't risk management. This is cliff diving with a wingsuit and hoping MSFT is the updraft every single time.
And remember, the big loss line is drawn at minus 500. These swings dance dangerously close without quite crossing into official catastrophe. Yet.
Look at that size. 59, 60, even 61,000 shares on SQQQ, ripping for plus 715, plus 805. That's not an evil. That's a tidal wave smashing straight through the volatility ETF.
That's tournament discipline. Secure the plus 800 stack, step away from the keyboard, and make everyone else try to earn their way past you through pure chaos.
Roshan's strategy summary. Make one massive volatility ETF play, park the profits, and let everyone else hold the emotional support coffee.
Meanwhile, Karthika Suresh tries to tag along on SQQQ with 3,000 shares and just keeps printing the same painful line. Minus 372, again and again, like the hotkey is stuck on OW.
Same ticker, same direction, same minus 372 result. This isn't correlation, this is copy-pasting regret on SQQQ 3,000 shares at a time.
For Karthika, the story is a cautionary one. Small trade count, but each loss-sized chunk is big enough to hurt, and the total line drifts steadily lower without a counterpunch in sight.
So the field shapes up like this. Doc John blasting their way toward the plus 900 region. Roshan chilling around plus 800. And Karthika stuck in the red. 3 wildly different risk stories on one quiet board.
Somewhere out there is a trader thinking, I'll wait for the perfect setup. Meanwhile, the only people on the board are the ones already wrestling the volatility with both hands.
But when TSLA hits, it's a full field fumble. 900 shares, minus 370, and you can almost hear the air leave the room as that equity number dives back under 1,000 again.
Roshan's SQQQ line is now a benchmark. Those plus 715 and plus 805 moves push symbol-level P&L past the tournament threshold, forcing everyone else to respect that ETF as a legitimate path to the podium.
This is what makes elevator format brutal. One clean big win trade can rocket you into contention, but one oversized misstep can erase your day faster than you can say stop out.
So the question as the clock ticks down is simple. Will someone new step into this empty arena, or will our current trio gamble with the stacks they've already built?
And check the size. Those blasts are 60 plus thousand shares at a time. One click, the PNL jumps from basically break even to nearly 900 green. That's not a candle, that's a detonation.
On the other side, Doc John isn't sniping. He's running a full air raid offense. Huge wins, sharp losses, constant motion, and a P&L graph that refuses to sit still above or below the waterline.
And then TSLA shows up like, nice trade. Shame if something reduced it by 372. 900 shares, one click, and poof, there goes a third of the highlight reel.
And somehow, after the whipsaw, Doc John keeps surfacing around that plus 800 mark. He gets knocked down by a few hundred, then fires back with almost a grand, like a quarterback eating sacks and still marching downfield.
Meanwhile, Kartika throws 3,000 shares at and just keeps tagging that same minus 372 over and over. Same size, same damage, like a glitching stop loss that only knows one number.
That repeated minus 372 might look small next to the four-figure swings, but it's critical. Each hit pushes Karthika deeper into the red, while the leaders are already living above the big win threshold.
Look at the sequence. Tiny drawdown around minus 5, then boom, a single push sends Roshan to plus 830. Later, another shot to plus 880, then plus 890. That's three separate scoreboard earthquakes of just a few trades.
Don't sleep on that plus 6-2 though. That's dry powder. With swings this wild, one well-timed push could turn Siddharth from background character into surprise playoff contender in a single move.
With big win territory starting at plus 500 and big loss danger around minus 500, every oversized entry now is either a shot at immortality on the leaderboard or a one-ticket ride to spectator mode.
Of course, keeps reminding him there's a bill. Minus 372 here, minus 372 there. It's like surge pricing for bad timing. Peak greed hours, extra fee applied instantly.
That's championship discipline. Multiple big win level trades, and then nothing but flat snapshots. When you're sitting near plus 900, every minute you don't press is a flex on the entire field.
What makes this bracket wild is the contrast. Roshan and Doc John both posting tournament-swinging wins, but through completely opposite philosophies. One thrives on calm, the other on chaos.
Is out here offering near $1,000 swings to anyone with 600 shares and a dream. And a lot of people are going to discover they only brought the dream.
On the other hand, is the toll booth. You want to participate in this volatility festival, you'd better be ready to toss a few hundred into the red bucket on the way through.
From a spectator view, this is perfect. Tiny field, gigantic swings, and a leaderboard where one button press can erase hours of careful work or instantly crown a new frontrunner.
And just behind, Doc John hovers in the same P&L stratosphere, built on comeback after comeback. If he finds one more clean entry, this duel could flip in a single heartbeat.
From sitting a few bucks below the waterline To slamming up nearly 700 on SQQQ, Roshan just hit the turbo button and punched straight into contender territory.
You can see the philosophy there. Convert one massive SQQQ push into a solid green balance, then lock the doors and let time itself do the defending.
When your SQQQ trades are that fat, you don't need 100 entries. You just throw one brick at the market, collect 800 bucks, and then sit there like a landlord.
On the other side of this tale, we have Doc John playing a completely different game, swinging aggressively on Tesla and MSFT, living and dying on nearly four-figure jolts of P&L.
Tesla really has Doc John on a payment plan. Same size, same loss. Like the market's drafted an automatic debit form for 372 every time that ticker lights up.
But then, Myth storms in like a hero. 600 shares, plus 995. And suddenly, Doc John's equity teleports from bruised red straight back into the mid-hundreds green.
It's like Doc John found the perfect winning setup on MSFT and then hired TSLA as a full-time sabotage consultant to come in after each victory and unplug the scoreboard.
You see it in the progression. Down around minus 200, then bang, MSFT for plus 995, and he rockets to the high 700s, only for the next TSLA hit to drag that total right back down again.
By the time the dust settles, that account walks from nearly 1,200 down into the low 800s. Great entertainment value, slightly less great for the blood pressure.
But don't underestimate that 800 plus line. Despite the punishment, Doc John is still firmly in big green territory, proving that when Miss hits, it hits hard enough to keep him in the race.
That's the crazy part. Roshan hits SQQQ with 69 to 70 plus thousand shares, books hundreds in seconds, then just slams the brakes and refuses to touch another key.
And those flat phases matter. After every SQQQ blast, you see that P&L reading hold steady. No erosion, no revenge entries, just a clean 800 plus buffer guarding his leaderboard slot.
And it happens more than once. Same SQQQ size, same loss, no counterpunch win to balance it out. Just a slow, controlled descent while the heavy hitters swing for 800 plus the other way.
And remember, we're still deep in the middle stretch, almost 3 hours gone, nearly 3 more to survive. Plenty of time for another SQQQ rocket or MSFT cannon shot to flip this entire leaderboard upside down.
One fresh order block in TSLA or MSFT with the kind of size we've already seen, and boom, a brand new name could materialize on the board, leapfrogging straight into the fight with a single perfectly timed blast.
So keep your eyes locked on those P&L bars. If another SQQQ hammer, Miss Fifth Spike, or TSLA Lurch hits the tape, we're talking full arena celebration or catastrophic rug pull in real time. And right now, the board shows it. Doc John parked around plus 800 on the session. That's not a scratch. That's full control of the ladder so far.
Orbiting just behind him, Roshan Balan has turned patience into an art form. Small base, careful steps, but every move seems designed to survive first and win later.
Karthiko keeps pressing the same losing button like the market's going to apologize. Minus 372, minus 372, minus 372. That's not a strategy. That's a subscription.
Remember, the big win watermark is 500 a shot, and we've got one trader casually logging almost double that on his best entries.
That's why every time the tape flashes, that near plus 1,000 win for Doc John, it feels like a breakaway score from his own side of the field.
But then, out of nowhere, here comes that minus 372 body shot, and the account gasps from over 1100 back into the high 700s in one punch.
Yet every time he takes that punch, the response is ferocious. A near $1,000 surge right after, flipping deep red back to comfortable green, like the drawdown never existed.
And the way he's doing it, 600 shares per shot on the winning side, 900 on the losing side. That's like driving with one foot on the gas and one foot dangling over a cliff.
When Roshan connects, it's heavy, 600, nearly 700 in the green, stacking from a tiny negative into a confident plus 700 cushion on the board.
Look at the clock. Almost 4 hours from the open, less than 3 to go, and our leaders are separated by only a few hundred in realized edge.
That means one more oversized win from anyone on the field can completely flip this day's narrative, from quiet control to full blown upset.
And with symbol level thresholds at just 300, these guys don't even need insane precision. One clean read on the tape, and the meter swings hard.
Of course, it cuts both ways. Karthika's already shown us how to speed run the big loss badge one carbon copy red trade at a time.
Yet even from down there, one reversal with that same 3,000 share conviction could turn pain into a redemption arc in a heartbeat.
Imagine it. Same size, but this time the tape finally snaps in her favor. And we watch that negative 372 rip back to a roaring green swing.
That's not variance, that's mood trading. Lose a third of your cushion, win more than you lost. Repeat until your heart rate matches the volatility.
But make no mistake, this style is building a legacy for day 4. Giant green spikes, brutal red dents, and somehow a net result that still sits solidly in the lead column. Deep into day 4, the arena looks quiet on the surface, but the event log is screaming one thing: a tiny roster and massive swings packed into just a handful of names.
That monster rebound is all about Miss Fifth. One clean strike, roughly plus 995, flinging Doc John from the red zone straight back into a commanding cushion. Either way, the stage is set. One more monster trade from any of these names, and we're talking full stadium level swing on the tournament standings.
You can almost see the pattern. Tesla writes the pain chapter, MSFT writes the redemption arc, and Doc John just keeps riding that loop with an edge hovering under the big win spotlight. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got Roshan Palan, starting the day as the quiet guardian of a small stack, then suddenly lighting up the log with a surge on SQQQ.
There it is, the breakout. Roshan slams a win of about plus 365 on SQQQ, then follows it with another blast, another 475, vaulting that account into the mid 300s and beyond.
But those SQQQ wins are clean, snapping from almost flat into plus 360, then holding flat again, composure restored, as if nothing wild just happened under the hood. So now the picture shifts. Doc John perched near plus 790, Roshan launched into the 400 plus range. Two different routes, one race toward that 500 benchmark and beyond.
3,000 shares of SQQQ each time, same loss each time. That's not trading. That's running a stress test on your emotional support system.
For Karthika, every SQQQ entry today has pointed in the same direction, minus 372, stacking into a deep red hole with no offsetting win in sight. Remember the thresholds. 500 up or down, and the system flags you. Roshan's creeping toward that upper line, while Karthika's triple hit on SQQQ is inching worryingly close to the danger zone.
But look at the resilience. Every time TSLA cars around minus 370, MSFT brings back nearly $1,000, and the net result is still a powerhouse day hanging near plus 800.
Roshan's curve is the opposite. Almost no noise, then two massive SQQQ spikes. And suddenly, that once tiny account is racing up into the mid 400s like it just got slingshotted into the fight.
With trader count effectively at 0 on the board, it's these 3 names, 3 symbols, and a handful of oversized positions writing the entire story of Day 4's mid-session drama.
TSLA, MSFT, SQQQ. 3 tickers, 3 completely different personalities on display. And every time one flashes on the board, you know someone's P&L is about to swing like a field goal attempt in the final quarter.
Clock check. Nearly 4 hours since the open, a little over 2.5 until the close, and both big win and big loss thresholds are close enough that one more oversized decision could flip the entire script. 4 days into this front tournament, and center is Doc John in the New York session, carving out a high voltage curve has narrowed to just a handful of big names, swinging hundreds of dollars at a time with almost
Look at the tape.
reckless precision.
1 second. Doc John
That's
is buried
nearly
around minus
$1,000
200. The next,
reversal.
bang,
In
they're
practical
sprinting up
terms,
near 800
from
profit.
red
Like someone hit
to
a
a
turbo button.
commanding green, this
Every
is
time that equity
tournament-defining
line
aggression
whips from
on full
negative into
display.
the high triple
And it keeps
digits,
happening.
you can
Down around
feel
minus
the
200
bracket
again.
shift.
Then another rocket
These
to
aren't
roughly
scalps.
790,
These are
800.
haymakers
Like a heartbeat
that
monitor for
rewrite
a
the
caffeinated whale
standings
trader.
in one swing.
This isn't risk
But the
management.
scoreboard
This is
doesn't lie.
bungee jumping with a
After
margin
the
account.
dust settles,
Minus
Doc
200,
John keeps
plus
landing in the
800.
green,
Repeat until
hovering
your
just
palms
under
start sweating through
800.
the keyboard.
That's serious
Notice the
contender
pattern.
territory
The equity
this deep
curve
into the
doesn't
day.
drift. It
You can almost
snaps
hear the
between
hotkeys.
plateaus.
Fire a
A
position,
negative
snap a
base
near
near minus
$1,000
200
inflection,
and a
reset,
positive
do it again.
shelf near
Every
800.
click is a coin toss for
Each
the entire
transition
lead.
is a
And when that
full-blown
big green
momentum
spike
play,
hits,
not a
it's
minor
huge.
adjustment.
Nearly $1,000 in
Of course,
realized
hitting
edge
massive
in a
winners just
single
to crawl
punch,
back from self-inflicted
comfortably
red
over
is
the
like running a
500
marathon
big
to
win
cancel out
threshold.
last night's pizza.
That's a full stadium
Impressive,
moment right there.
but you didn't have to start that far
On the
behind.
other side of the
3,000
board,
shares on the short side
Karthika
ETF.
Suresh
In
is
every
living
one
a
of those
very
swings, he's
different
clocking
story.
in around minus
Repeated
370.
hits of the same
That's a
size,
full-size gut punch,
each
not a
one
practice
carving
shot.
out a loss,
If you're
just
going to
shy of
donate,
that
at least
big
pick a
loss
smaller
mark.
size.
And remember,
3,000
that
shares
big
for a
loss
repeat
warning
minus
line
370
is
is like
sitting at
tipping the
minus
market with a stack
500.
of 20s every time you click.
Karthika keeps threading
The
just under
problem
it,
is repetition.
flirting with disaster,
1
but
minus
never quite
370
detonating
is
the account in
survivable.
one go.
A string of them
And the volume
becomes a
is
quiet
wild.
avalanche,
3,000 share
slowly
clips are way
dragging the
past the
tournament
1,000
path
spike flag.
downhill.
Every entry is a
You know
headline
it's
level
rough when
bet,
you're putting up
even if the
volume
P&L
spike
looks like
size
a
but
slow
only
bleed
earning a
instead of a
loyalty
blow
card
up.
in the red zone.
Then,
This is like
in stark
high-stakes poker with
contrast,
nothing but
there's
losing hands.
Roshan Palan, quietly parked around a
That's the
modest
veteran
green
move,
tagged
up
flat.
around 200,
Almost no
still
visible
green,
activity,
and
while
refusing
the
to throw
others light
punches
up the
just
event
because
log.
the arena is
Or
loud.
Roshan just went out for coffee and left the
Sometimes
account on
the biggest
pause.
flex is
Either way,
not
plus
joining the
money with zero
chaos.
new damage looks a lot smarter
What
than
makes
some of
this
the
so wild
heroics
is
we're
the
seeing.
contrast. One trader practically flatlining,
With just
one
over
grinding
2.5
controlled red,
hours to the
and one
close,
blasting the
and
P&L
the same
meter like a
window to
pinball machine.
tournament end today,
Remember,
these
those near
style
four-figure
differences will
flips
matter.
are double
Steady
the big
green
win
can
flag.
outlast
Every
fireworks,
successful
but a few
strike
more giant
isn't just
swings
padding
from Doc
P&L,
John could
it's
blow the
slamming
doors
the
off this
door
day
on anyone
entirely.
hoping to catch up
But that
with
knife cuts
small,
both ways.
safe trades.
One misfire, the size of those
You
big
can
winners,
almost see the
and Doc John
temptation.
doesn't just lose a
Why
trade,
grind
they
for
could wipe the
100 when your
entire day's
go-to
cushion
button
in a
prints
single
nearly
misclick.
1,000?
So the
That's how
field
accounts
splits
end up
3
in the
ways.
What Happened montage.
One
And with
high-octane
symbol-level
gambler,
moves over
one
300 already
heavy-sized
counted
struggler,
as
and
standout
one
swings,
patient
these
technician.
repeated
The
370
bracket
losses
might show
and
few
near
names,
$1,000
but the
surges
psychological
aren't just
spread
noise.
is massive.
They're the highlight
30
reel
separate
of
jolts
day
logged
4.
already in this window, and it's
Trade
basically
account
all
may
coming from a
technically
tiny
read
cluster of
0,
hands.
but the
Every
event
new
feed is
entry has a
screaming.
real shot at rewriting
Somewhere
the top
out
of the
there, a
board.
few accounts are doing heavy
We're deep
cardio,
into the
while
afternoon
the rest of the
now.
field pretends this session doesn't
230
exist.
plus minutes since the
If
bell.
Doc John keeps timing those
150
monster
plus
flips,
left.
we're looking at a
And the
signature
question is
performance,
simple.
a single
Who
day
still has
that
the
could anchor
nerve
the
to
entire
press when
11-day
it
run
matters
in
most?
bold green ink.
For Karthika though,
And
the
Roshan,
mission is survival.
sitting there with
Stop the
calm
bleeding
green
from
like
those
it's a
oversized
savings
hits.
account,
Stabilize the
Either
line,
they're about
and
to
buy
look like
enough
the
room
only
to take
adult in the
one
room,
clean,
or
well-timed
they'll
swing
watch someone
before
else
the clock
rocket
runs out.
past while they hold a perfectly
One
safe
volatile
P&L.
closer, deep
One
into day
wounded
4.
brawler.
The live
One
board is
patient
quiet,
defender.
but the footprints
Day
of this
4 is
session
teed up
are
for a
anything
dramatic
but.
finish.
Every
And
column
somewhere in
still
these last
humming from earlier
152
reckless
minutes,
charges.
somebody's
and
going to make a
miracle
move
escapes they
Front
remember
and
for
center,
the rest
you
of the
got Doc
series.
John, who
You can
turned
still
this
feel the
bracket
aftershocks.
into a
Massive
highlight
green
reel,
bursts, instant
swinging
red
so
slaps,
hard
back and
that the
forth so
P&L
fast it's
graph
like his order
looks like
entry
someone
hotkeys were
tried to
set
draw
to
a
all in and
skyscraper
oops
with a
only.
seismograph.
This man literally started the day
Mathematically,
underwater,
the
then
story
decided
is
the best
brutal.
rescue plan was to fire
Early
a
deep
cannon at his
red,
own balance,
followed by
until one of the
repeated
shots hit a
swings
gold
close to
bar.
$1,000
And
per
yet,
decision,
look where he
each
landed,
one flirting with the
comfortably in the
boundaries
green,
of this
strutting
tournament's
out of a
risk
negative pit
envelope.
like it was just a
When you're
warm-up
swinging near the
drill
plus
for
1
the
grand
real
zone per
show
click, every
later in the
candle is a heart rate
series.
monitor.
This
One tick
isn't
against
position
you, and the
sizing.
equity curve
This
screams
is
like a
loading a
margin call
catapult
siren.
with your account and
What
hoping
makes it
gravity counts
compelling
as a trading
is the
edge.
path.
And when those big
Starting
swings
negative,
finally connected,
absorbing heavy
they didn't just
hits,
nudge the
then
needle, they
trusting that the
detonated it,
biggest green punches
slamming him from
would arrive
deficit
before
into
time and
contender
risk
territory
finally
like a
closed in.
trading montage in Fast
But you
Forward.
can't ignore how close those red shots came.
It's like the
Hundreds
guidelines
lost in a
said,
blink, over
avoid
and over,
oversized risk,
right on the edge
and
of
Doc
the
John
big loss
responded,
danger zone the
cool
rules were
story.
warning about.
Let me try the opposite for
On the
scientific
other side
purposes.
of the tape sits Karthika Suresh, marked by a
3,000 shares
stark
at a
red
time,
imprint.
again and again.
One
That's not
concentrated
dipping a
theme
toe.
trade
That's
that
sprinting into
kept
the
getting
ocean with an
pressed
anchor tied to
despite
your
the
belt.
market's clear rejection.
Every attempt cost roughly the same chunk, hundreds shaved off in carbon
Those are
copy
heavy
fashion.
swings.
Like the market
3,000
put
shares is
Karthika on a
stadium
subscription
size.
plan for
And
stubbornness
when the
fees.
move goes against you,
Strategically,
it
it's
hits
the
like a
classic
full field
trap.
tackle,
Size
straight into the
first,
P&L
conviction
column.
second.
And
And when
because
the
those
tape
hits hover
disagrees,
just
you
below the big
answer
loss
not
alarm
with an
line,
exit,
they're extra
but with
dangerous.
more
The
exposure
kind you
in the
tell
same
yourself you
direction.
can make back with
At that
just
point,
one
you're
good
not
reversal.
trading.
That
You're
never
just
comes.
paying rent to the volatility
But
gods and
here's the
hoping for a
thing.
security
Any
deposit
trader
refund
loading
later.
3,000 shares has the firepower for a monster comeback. If that next push ever lines up with the tape, it could launch straight over the symbol threshold in one go.
Zooming out, the session clock is creeping into the late middle game. More than 4 hours traded, just under 3 to go. The exact window where overconfidence and desperation tend to collide.
This is when leaders ask, do I lock this in? And everyone else stares at the time remaining like a countdown, wondering if there's still room for one last full send gamble.
Remember, we're in a tournament, not a casual session. Every dollar here is seeding tomorrow's leaderboard. Every big swing is a playoff moment in disguise.
And yet the live counter shows 0 active traders. Nobody clicking right now. Just the echo of earlier chaos sitting there on the board, judging everyone's life choices.
It's eerie. No fresh prints, but the P&L ladder still tells the whole tale. One daredevil swinging for the fences. One high-sized shortfall on the wrong side of momentum. And a silent field around them.
Sure, he's ahead now, but that equity curve is basically a warning label for anyone thinking of copy-pasting this playbook without a cardiologist on speed dial.
For Karthika, the mission is simpler and harsher. Stop the bleeding, rethink the attachment to size, and remember that tournaments reward survival just as much as brilliance.
This is why we love tournament days. The big threshold numbers on the HUD aren't just guidelines, they're finish lines. And we've already seen trades blast right through them in style.
We're deep into day 4, the session past the halfway mark, and the replay board shows one thing clearly. This entire arena has been shaped by a handful of violent clashes with just 3 tickers: TSLA, MSFT, and SQQQ. Look at the pattern. MSFT grants near $1,000 surges, far beyond the big win marker, while Tesla carves away 372 at a time. Two opposing forces fighting for control of the same P&L bar.
That equity curve has to
At
look
one
like a
stage,
staircase
those
drawn
red
by a
swings
madman.
actually pushed him beneath
MSFT yanking
zero,
it straight up,
and it was the
TSLA chopping
MSFT
it back
bursts
down,
that dragged
and
the
somewhere in the
account from
middle, the risk
underwater
manager just
back
quietly
to that
closing another
800
spreadsheet.
plus cushion we
Imagine
see
that
now.
mental swing.
Those
One
near
moment you're down
$1,000
nearly
misfit
400.
punches
The next you
aren't
blast
just
back to
wins.
solid green off a
They're
single misfit
full-blown
push,
highlight
only
plays.
for TSLA to come
Every
swinging
time they
right back at
land,
your shins.
the
Meanwhile,
P&L
Tesla
jumps
keeps
like
peeling
someone
off
just hit a buzzer
372 at a
beater
time,
from mid-court.
never quite crossing the big
That's
loss
the
line,
razor's edge.
just steadily charging
Massive
him a volatility
MSFT
tax for
gains,
every attempt.
nearly
This is
double the
pure
big win
volatility chess.
threshold,
Tesla and
offset by
MSFT whipping
TSLA
around while
cuts
SQQQ
clustered
lurks,
just under the
handing out its
catastrophe
own
level.
negative 372
One slip,
chunks to anyone
and
getting
that
bold on
800
3,000
lead
share
could have
sizing.
vanished.
Speaking of that, Karthika Suresh
3,000
took
shares on
SQQQ for
SQQQ
3,000
is a
shares and got
statement
stamped for
size.
minus 372.
So you don't
Leveraged
click that
ETF,
by accident.
tiny payout,
That's a
full-size
swing
headache.
that says,
And it
I'm
didn't
here to
happen
move
once.
the needle,
It's the same
even
SQQQ
if
bite
this time
over
the
and
needle
over,
snapped the
like a
wrong
glitch
way.
in the Matrix where
Yeah,
every
if your
rerun
playbook
ends with
says,
minus
repeat the same
372 and a
losing
facepalm.
SQQQ trade
Still,
until morale
that
improves.
kind of size
You might want to
shows
uninstall the
intent.
strategy and reinstall
Karthika
patience.
clearly came in today
On the
hunting for a
opposite
breakout
side of the
moment
chaos,
on SQQQ,
Roshan Palin
even if the
is
tape
sitting
decided
calmly
to mark it
at plus
down
180,
as a lesson
untouched
instead of a
today.
trophy.
No new trades, just guarding that green like a team protecting a narrow lead in the final quarter.
Roshan basically hit a solid trade, locked the door, and put the account on Do Not Disturb. No FOMO, no tilt, just a quiet green number aging like a fine savings bond.
In a field where one badly timed entry could blow straight through the big loss line, Roshan's flat tape is its own quiet weapon. Capital preserved, nerves intact, options open for the days ahead.
And remember, this is only day 4 out of 11. Today's pluses and minuses are building the stack that decides who can fire big shots when we get into the closing stretch next week.
That 800 plus from Doc John isn't just intraday glory. It's armor for the tournament, a cushion that lets you size up later while everyone else is still nursing paper cuts.
Of course, armor has holes. One oversized slip past minus 500 on TSLA or SQQQ, and that comfortable cushion turns into a very educational before and after screenshot.
You can almost feel some unseen trader hovering over the button, staring at TSLA or MSFT, thinking, one more shot, one big move, while the clock keeps bleeding down toward the close.
The market loves that type. Slam size on MSFT for glory, then donate a chunk back to TSLA for charity. It's like running a personal redistribution program between tech names.
Scoreboard says trader count 0, but the event log is screaming otherwise. Somebody's been in a straight-up cage match with MSFT, TSLA, and SQQQ all afternoon.
All it takes is one trader punches stepping in with size, each one nearly a grand, vaulting his P&L from red numbers into a fat cushion, smashing through that 500 like he just broke off a kick return to the house. Today
Win
has
on
a
Misfit,
brand new hero,
lose on Tesla. Win on Misfit,
a
lose on
brand new
Tesla.
disaster
The equity
story.
curve for Dog John
But
looks like
underneath
someone is
that
trading a
chaos,
seismograph.
the math is ruthless.
Strap in. If
Every
someone
Tesla
unleashes
hit
another near
is roughly
$1,000
minus
punch on Misfit,
370.
or takes a
Every
huge stand on
MSFT
Tesla
swing
or
is plus
SQQQ, it's going to
995.
feel less like a
And over
trade
time,
and more like a
those heavy
championship
green
play
shots
unfolding
drag
in
him
real
from
time.
negative territory
He
into
flips
the
from around
upper
minus 200
700s.
into the plus 700 range
Each
in
time a
just a
Tesla
handful of
loss
MSFT
drags him
blasts.
lower,
No
another
slow grind,
MSFT
just whiplash
breakout
reversals.
launches him back up.
That last
And
missed
slowly,
surge
the
from
balance
deep
walks
red
its way from
into positive
underwater
8 plus
into the
is the
800s,
kind of
with
swing
the clock
that flips
ticking
a whole
toward the
tournament
close.
day.
The funniest
One
part
click,
is he's basically
nearly a
funding his
grand,
TSLA
and the
experiment
P&L
with
bar
MSFT
rips into
jackpots.
highlight
Thank
real
you for your
green.
win. Would you like to
Look
donate
at the sizing.
370 to Elon
600
today?
shares over and over on
By the time the
MSFT,
dust
900
settles,
on
the
TSLA.
numbers
Each
tell the
decision
story.
swinging mid three figures or more.
Tesla
There
shows a
is zero
trail of
chill in that risk
identical
profile.
losses.
That's not just getting
SQQQ
back to
never
even.
helps, and
That's punching through the
MSFT
break-even wall
alone
and planting a
drags him
victory
into a
flag,
strong
turning a
positive
bad
finish
start
around the
into a
800
statement
mark.
win for day 4.
Flip the tape. On
Big loss
SQQQ,
threshold is
Kartika
500,
Suresh is loading
and she's
3,000
clocking in
shares at a
just under
time,
that like
and
it's a
every
speed
single
limit.
entry is a minus
Don't worry,
370
officer.
skid mark on
I
the
only
log.
lost 370 per trade.
What makes it
You
hurt
can almost
is the
feel the revenge
repetition.
click. 3,000 shares. Take the hit,
SQQQ entries
reload.
keep appearing.
3,000 shares again.
Size
Like trying to
stays
dig out of a
heavy,
hole with a
but the
jackhammer.
equity
At this
never
point,
climbs.
SQQQ isn't a trade.
Each attempt
It's a
just
subscription
digs the
service.
score further into the
3,000
red.
shares a month. Guaranteed disappointment included.
But make no mistake, that kind of size on a leveraged ETF is still stadium level aggression. One good read on SQQQ and she could have detonated a monster comeback instead of a highlight reel of pain.
And then, in the middle of all that chaos, the dashboard shows Roshan Palan just flat. Equity parked around 170 to 180, no trades firing, like a sniper who already holstered the rifle.
Everyone else is taking full contact swings at MSFT and SQQQ. Roshan's P&L just sits there like a parked car in a demolition derby, somehow still shiny.
Flat can be a strategy though. While Doc John and Karthik are firing heavy clips, Roshan is just letting time chew down the remaining 100 plus minutes with a clean, untouched stack.
For Doc John, that means turning a rough negative start into a booming green cushion around 800. He's not just surviving this window, he's spiking the ball in the end zone.
The only thing stopping him from printing 4 digits is his recurring donation to TSLA relief efforts. Every time he gets close, 900 shares show up and pass the hat.
So as the clock winds down on this window, our ghost leaderboard tilts hard. Miss Fifth crowns a comeback king. TSLA plays villain. SQQQ bites back. And Roshan's quiet stack waits for the next day's fireworks.
Or, knowing traders, plenty of time to turn an 800 cushion into a case study. No one is more creative than a bored scalper staring at TSLA in the afternoon lull.
And leading this invisible charge is Doc John, slamming Misfit for nearly $1,000 a pop and hauling his P&L out of the red dungeon straight into the 800 green penthouse.
Day 4 closes in with the board half empty, but the story's massive. Tech momentum on MSFT, heartbreak on Tesla, punishment on SQQQ, and one quiet Roshan waiting to see where the next shockwave hits.
You know it's bad when your risk plan is basically, make another grand on Misfit so I can afford to donate 370 to Tesla again.
Remember, the danger lines sit around plus or minus 500, and this entire arc is built on single trades that almost clear that mark in one swing.
Swing the camera. Here comes Karthika Suresh. 3,000 shares of SQQQ at a time, and every single entry so far is a minus 370 slap straight to the P&L.
Yeah, if you're wondering what repeated minus 370 SQQQ trades look like, it's basically speedrunning the do not do this chapter of every trading book.
But notice the magnitude. Each minus 370 on SQQQ is scary close to the big loss watermark, yet still short of a full disaster, leaving a narrow path for one well-timed comeback swing. Down the list, Roshan Palan appears like a steady lighthouse. Flat lines at plus 140, then plus 170, untouched by the chaos swirling around the leveraged tickers.
No trades in the log, modest green number. Everyone else face planting on leverage. Roshan might actually win this thing by doing essentially nothing.
Look at the bigger shape. Doc John blazing around plus 800. Roshan steady in smaller green, Karthika nursing multiple SQQQ cuts. This is a ladder built on risk appetite.
And we're well past the halfway mark of the session, about 2 hours and change left. This is exactly when someone usually launches a last ditch bomb straight at that plus 500 big win bar.
Honestly, it's like Misfit is his day job and Tesla is the hobby that keeps taking his paycheck.
Yet despite those repeated Tesla stings, the scoreboard keeps climbing, minus 200, then plus 761, then plus 792, finally cresting to plus 826. With the symbol P&L threshold around 300, every one of those TSLA and SQQQ hits blasts through the large move line, turning each decision into a potential inflection point for the entire bracket.
Clock check. Just over 2 hours to the tournament window close. And any fresh order on these high impact names can flip a calm green day into fireworks or a car crash instantly.
And you know someone's going to look at that big win threshold near plus 500 and say, yeah, I can totally hit that again, right before donating it back to the tape.
We're in the part of the day where discipline matters more than ideas. Doc John already banked the big MSFT swings. Karthika has scars from SQQQ. Roshan holds quiet green. The next click decides who gets remembered for day 4. 2 hours, 3 volatile symbols, and a handful of traders who can still rewrite this chapter. Every fresh MSFT, TSLA, or SQQQ candle is a potential last-minute winner's banner waiting to be raised.
You can feel how aggressive that sizing is. 600 shares on MSFT. Snap in, snap out, and boom. Almost a grand each time. That's not scalping. That's swinging a sledgehammer at the order book.
From negative territory to roughly plus 814 on the board. Doc John just turned a bad morning into highlight material. And we're not even at the closing bell yet.
And it's not all sunshine. Every time pops up in his log, it's the same story about minus 372, 900 shares, like a recurring nightmare that refuses to time out.
Zoom out, and the formula is clear. Huge winners, pushing around plus 1,000. Losses held under minus 400. If that pattern holds, even a coin flip win rate can carve a serious path through this tournament.
Picture the tape. He's down around minus 200, hammers one trade for nearly a grand, and the equity line just rockets past break even into clean green in one motion.
Then he lets take a couple of swings at him just to stay humble. Minus 372 here, minus 372 there. That's the market's service charge for having fun.
3,000 shares of whack, minus 372. Reload. Same size, same symbol, same hit. Again and again until the PNL just freezes at that number like the market's trolling her.
Yet even that number, sitting under the official big loss line, leaves room. One solid counterpunch could erase the entire drawdown and flip the narrative in a single shot.
And remember, 3,000 shares is no joke. One decent surge and the PNL can lurch hundreds of bucks in seconds. That's seatbelt required trading.
That's why Doc John's almost plus 1,000 shots are tournament grade fireworks. You clear that 500 bar like it's nothing, and every click feels like a championship moment.
We're deep into the New York session, hours since the open, just over 2 left to the close, and that's prime chaos time. Anyone loading in now can sprint from zero to hero in one well-timed burst.
It's like walking into an arena after the brawl. No fighters in sight. Just the scoreboard quietly blinking, plus 800 here, minus 372 there. Like, yeah, something happened.
Roshan's log shows no new trades in this snapshot, just that steady plus 140. A quiet reminder that sometimes the best move in a wild tournament is simply holding on to earlier gains.
On the other hand, is pure whiplash. 900 shares, a few points wrong, and you're instantly staring at a negative 300 plus line. It's the definition of high octane punishment for mistimed entries.
Put it together, and you've got a bracket built on extremes. Big win plays around plus 1,000, stubborn losses in the mid hundreds, and a scoreboard that can flip from calm to chaos with a single click.
Late in day 4, the live board claims it's empty, but the event tape is loud, chaotic, and absolutely dripping with risk from earlier in the session.
And the hero of that comeback arc is missed. Every time Doc John leans in, this thing spits out a near $1,000 surge and yanks him straight out of the danger zone.
And this is where discipline usually taps out. Green traders start thinking, just one more. Red traders start thinking, I can fix this. And the market starts sharpening its knife.
So if anyone jumps in now, they're playing for highlight reels, swinging for plus 500 and beyond, chasing that game-winning drive into the closing bell.
As the clock winds down on day 4, the message is simple. Survive the red, press the green, and remember that in Dayrade Elevator, one fearless click can turn a quiet afternoon into legend. Meanwhile, off to the side of that heavyweight duel, Karthika Suresh is locked in a harsh lesson with SQQQ. Every ticket, 3,000 shares, and the same negative outcomes stamped across the log.
And remember, that's one shot, 3,000 shares. Every red candle there is a heavy hit, a near big loss size uppercut that keeps catching Karthika on the chin.
Minus 30 and chill while everyone else is setting themselves on fire. That's either next level discipline or the Wi-Fi died at literally the perfect time.
We're more than 4 hours past the open, a little over 2 to go, and the bracket's officially empty. But these ghosts from earlier are telling us exactly how brutal this window has been.
For Doc John, that means living right under the fireworks. Plus 995 wins, minus 372 losses, and somehow finishing the tape sitting proudly in the 800s green.
Risk management here is basically, let the losers stop just short of disaster, then pray the winners land right under the trophy line. It's chaotic, but hey, the spreadsheet approves.
Tournament-wise, these are the moves that matter. Sub-big win trades still carve huge jumps in rank, and sub-big loss hits can quietly kill a run if they stack up too often.
Karthika's SQQQ log is the inverse. No heroic bounce, just the same 3,000 share cut each time. It's consistency, but the kind that makes your risk manager start stretching.
And remember, we still have more than 2 hours of future action on the clock. If anyone brings this kind of size and volatility back into the live feed, the leaderboard can explode in a single sequence.
So if you're sitting on the sidelines watching this replay thinking, I'd have done better, just remember, all it takes is one TSLA or SQQQ idea sized like these to turn your confidence into a case study.
Credit where it's due, though. Doc John walked through a minefield of $300 hits and still ended the day a strong favorite in the mid-pack with that 800-plus cushion.
Strategically, that matters. The tournament rewards survival just as much as fireworks, and staying green after that much turbulence is the kind of resilience that shows up in final standings.
And keep an eye on TSLA too, not as the hero, but as the trapdoor. 900 share slams that rip 300 plus out of your score can delete a whole day's grind in a heartbeat.
Day 4 of the tournament, late in the session, and the live board looks empty, but the event log is a crime scene of earlier battles, with a couple of traders carving their names into the tape. At the center of it all is Doc John, who somehow dragged a deep red startup into the mid-800s green, surfing a sequence of massive swings that would break most traders' nerves.
You can practically hear the hotkeys. Boom, misfit long, 600 size, plus 995. Equity snaps from minus 140 into plus 850 in one blink. That is full send into a big win size candle.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Just Doc John using MSFT like an ATM, sliding a card in for 600 shares and withdrawing plus 995 every time the bell dings.
But then there's Tesla, 900 shares a pop, each one smacking Doc John for about minus 372, over and over, like slamming face first into the same wall repeatedly.
Each Tesla loss is below the official big loss line, but stack enough identical minus 372s and they form a staircase straight down, threatening to erase those heroic MSFT recoveries.
So the whole day becomes a tug of war. TSOLA dragging Doc John into the mud, Misfit hauling him back into glory. And somehow he finishes this window perched around plus 850 on the scoreboard.
On the other side of the tape, Karthika Suresh appears locked in a very different battle, repeatedly stepping into SQQQ and walking away with the same harsh outcome, minus 372, again and again. It never escalates into a single catastrophic big loss, but the repetition is lethal. Those sub-threshold cuts add up fast, anchoring Karthika roughly 372 in the red on the day. Put simply, this bracket has been shaped not by dozens of tiny scalps, but by a handful of near big win shots and death by 1,000 cuts losers, each one echoing loudly in a thin field of competitors.
That's why Doc John's plus 800 plus finish is so massive. He didn't creep there. He punched his way out of the red corner with heavyweight shots and stuck the landing before the clock ran out.
And zooming out to the tournament, that kind of 800 plus bump on a quiet day is huge. One trader replay like this can rewrite the whole rankings ladder before tomorrow's open.
If Miss wakes up again and someone sizes like Doc John did, that's an instant shot at another near $1,000 slam. More than enough to catapult a newcomer straight onto the front page of the dashboard.
What we're really watching is a study in contrast. One trader escaping with a hard-fought green haul, another stuck in a loop of small but relentless losses, both proving how thin the margin is between glory and regret.
Or you misread it by an inch, eat a near big loss, and instantly join the highlight reel as another cautionary tale filed under what not to do with leverage.
Either way, the blueprint is on display. Size with intent. Respect the thresholds, and know exactly which symbols are writing the success stories and which ones are quietly draining scores in the background. In a bracket this thin, every big win-sized play echoes louder. Doc John and Karthika have already left their marks. Now we wait to see who writes the next chapter before the closing bell of Day 4. Day 4 rolls on with a strange silence. No new traders on the field, just the ghost traces of earlier battles, telling us who swung for glory and who walked into a buzzsaw.
And even with the chop, look at that scoreboard. Doc John sitting on roughly plus 800. That's a full tournament swing off just a few well-timed detonations.
Minus 372 and flat otherwise. That's not a session. That's a very expensive way to test whether your stop button still works.
And remember, the big loss threshold for this window sits at 500. So both of these traders are dancing right below the disaster line, one green, one red.
Net plus 800 with that many bruises baked in. That's the trading version of winning the game while still leading the league in turnovers.
We're 4 days into an 11-day climb, And this is what the middle looks like. Half masterpiece, half mess. Every decision magnified by the shrinking clock. 2 hours left in this window. 2 hours for someone to turn a quiet scoreboard into a highlight reel or cement a painful red mark that echoes across the tournament.
The wild part? One mistimed entry in the next 120 minutes, and that entire green stack could get chopped into confetti. This thing is nowhere near safe.
For Karthika, the path back isn't about one home run swing. It's about avoiding that next reckless click that drags a manageable red into tournament-ending territory.
Minutes from open already in the rear view. Minutes to close ticking down, and you can feel it. Someone, somewhere, is hovering over that buy button right now.
It's like the market handed out two invitations. Would you like the volcano ride or the donation box? And both of our traders answered with absolute conviction.
You've got to respect the nerve. Doc John gets smacked, shrugs it off, and then fires back with winners so big they drag the whole day into bold green anyway.
That rhythm, lose a chunk, crush a massive gain, repeat, would have most people logging out. Instead, Doc John just keeps sprinting straight through the volatility minefield.
And for anyone watching the dashboard thinking, I could do that, remember, there's another trader here whose entire day is one red blotch at roughly minus 372.
And with the trader count at 0 live right now, this is the calm before the next wave. When somebody new logs in, they're spawning straight into a scoreboard that's already polarized.
And if your answer is, I'm going to swing bigger than both, congratulations. You just described 90% of the liquidation stories in trading history.
But if someone does manage it, if a fresh name walks in and drops a 500 plus banger before the bell, that's an instant tournament defining moment waiting to happen.
As minutes to close slide under the 2 hour mark, edges tighten. Each trader has fewer chances left to define their narrative before this day is locked into the archive.
For Karthika, that means one of two headlines. Controlled the damage at minus 372, or decided that wasn't painful enough and kept clicking.
The tension's real now. No active orders on the board, just anticipation. Strategies loading in the background, and a clock that won't stop dripping away opportunity.
So keep your eyes glued to that dashboard. One more surge, one more collapse, and we'll be right here calling it like a game-winning shot at the buzzer in the Dayrade elevator arena. Front and center is Doc John, ripping the board from early red into roughly 8 to 900 green. This is the kind of anchor P&L that sets the tone for the whole session.
That's almost the entire symbol P&L threshold in one smack on SQQQ, with size that screams, all in on the inverse ETF roller coaster. And the track immediately falls out from under her.
On the other side, Doc John is putting on a clinic. Every time Misfit lights up, it's another near plus 1 grand spike, yanking the day from small red into big league green in a single strike.
Look at the pattern. Red starts around -2 to 300. Then, one MSFT entry prints nearly plus 995, and the curve slams into the positive zone, well above the big win line in a single decision.
It's wild. TSLA tags Doc John from around plus 1100 back into the 700s. Then MSFT instantly fires back, hurling the curve up again like a trampoline under the equity line.
The duel inside Doc John's own book is fascinating. MSFT is the hero, blasting the day higher, while TSLA is the rival, shaving chunks off each celebration and keeping the net anchored around the 800s.
You can see the heartbeat. Tesla knocks the line from plus 1200 toward 850. MSFT snaps it right back. Tesla slaps again. This is intraday whiplash at high leverage.
And then there's Karthika, sitting on SQQQ with one heavyweight loss and no comeback story. Minus 370 might not clear the big loss bar, but it sure clears the ouch bar.
A single 500 swing can still rewrite the whole page. But that's the catch. You need to swing at least that hard just to even appear on the same radar as these misfit bombs.
Think about that. Doc John's plus 995 MSFT wins are almost twice the big win bar. So every time he clicks that ticker, it's like calling a deep bomb downfield.
You can almost hear the hotkeys. Tesla short, whack, equity dips. MSFT long, bang, equity rips back. The log is literally alternating between red Tesla and green MSFT at high speed.
For Karthika, though, the path back is clear and brutal. She needs a plus 500 style counterpunch on something like SQQQ just to climb out of that minus 370 hole and join the highlight reel.
Day 4 of 11. The invisible pressure is building. These early monster trades don't just decide today. They set the reference point every trader will feel for the rest of the tournament.
And yeah, keep an eye on Karthika too, because nothing spices up a late session like someone deciding that the way to fix a minus 370 on SQQQ is more SQQQ.
If we see one more big green MSFT spike or a desperate SQQQ swing, that P&L graph is going to look like a seismograph, and someone's rank is going to teleport on that leaderboard.
This is the essence of the elevator. No slow climb, just sudden floors dropping and rising as traders either send those 500-plus shots or watch from the shadows.
So if you're sitting there thinking about nibbling 10 shares of something quiet, yeah, that's not the meta here. This lobby only respects trades that move the P&L by car payment-sized chunks.
For now, the board reads like a warning. This tournament rewards bold conviction, but it never forgives it. One side gets Doc John's soaring curve, the other gets Karthika's SQQQ bruise as a reminder of the cost.
That is a certified big win threshold smash, plus 995 on a single misfit blast. That's not a trade. That's a full field kickoff return, straight into the end zone.
While Doc John rides that roller coaster, Karthika Suresh is living a very different story, locked in on SQQQ, 3,000 shares at a time, and every chapter so far is inked in red.
Check that line, SQQQ, 3000 share clip, minus 372. And it just keeps repeating on the feed. Reset to 0, hit again, same red, like a glitch loop of pain.
And remember, that's still a huge swing. Minus 372 is creeping right up toward the big loss marker. So every SQQQ stab is a potential disaster highlight waiting to happen.
And remember, we're about 278 minutes from the bell, with a little under 2 hours to go. Plenty of room for someone to send one more massive MSFT or TSLA shot that rewrites the whole standings.
With a big win line set at 500 and symbol thresholds sitting near 300, Any fresh push on MSFT, TSLA, or SQQQ could instantly spawn a new highlight and a new villain on this board.